Good morning. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're at 29 chilly degrees this morning, and it is overcast. But the good news is we're drier today. Even though there still may be some patches of ice on the road, it is drier but frigid. And Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro has actually got his eye on what's coming at the end of the week.
Friday, of course, is the day that we are paying very close attention to. Potential significant snowstorm is headed to the mid-state. Accumulations of at least 2 inches across most of Middle Tennessee and southern Kentucky.
Yeah, so it's a little early to start panicking, and we'll keep an eye on this forecast for the rest of the week and keep you updated on it. Single, big, beautiful bill or not, congressional Republicans are working out how to deliver the Trump agenda quickly after Inauguration Day. Mainstream media contends that not all Republicans favor using reconciliation to bring about that big bill. Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida, however, tells ABC he is not worried about how it gets done.
Whether it's 1 bill, 2 bill, 5 bills, in a lot of respects is really inconsequential. It's really about the content and the agenda, and we're going to make sure that his agenda gets done.
Republicans could implement everything Trump wants without Democratic support using reconciliation. The procedure requires only a simple majority to pass spending bills in the House and the Senate. Locally, they got him. Police arresting the man wanted for a shooting at a Walmart in Lebanon on Saturday night. He was arrested after somebody called police with a tip about where to find 27-year-old David Raleigh. Just before his arrest, police released body camera footage. Here's Channel 4's Dryden Quigley.
Body cam video from police captures the moments they ran into a Walmart in Lebanon after receiving a call for a shooting.
Get out right now.
In minutes, they were able to evacuate the store and alert neighbors to shelter in place.
Clear. Clear.
Now, surveillance video showed Raleigh and another man getting into an altercation just outside the front doors of the store, and that's where the shot was fired. Police are still trying to figure out if the two men knew each other and how to find that other man. With a look at Monday Wall Street trading, here's Michelle Franzen.
ABC News Wall Street now. Markets were mixed to open the new year's first full week of trading. The Dow closed down 26 points, the S&P 500 up 33 points, and the Nasdaq gained 243 points. Nvidia grew more than 3.5% ahead of a speech by CEO Jensen Huang at the annual CES convention in Las Vegas. Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel today filed separate federal lawsuits challenging President Biden's decision to block Nippon's proposed acquisition of U.S. Steel. The companies allege rival steelmaker Cleveland Cliffs and the head of the United Steelworkers Union worked together to scuttle the deal. The Federal Reserve's top financial regulator today announced he will resign next month. Michael Barr said he hopes to avoid possible confrontation with the incoming Trump administration and Senate Republicans. McDonald's announced it is ending some of its diversity practices in the wake of a U.S. Supreme Court ruling on affirmative action. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
And stock futures this morning are flat. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Yeah, no big delays coming in this morning. There were some construction areas set up along 24 westbound side heading into Nashville this morning. It's not causing any delays. It's just unusual that it's there. It's in the left lane. Be careful of it. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to your Tuesday, January 7th. Hope you are well. Just very quickly, along with KGB, Jeff Malinoff, Joan Jones as well. Bunch of people sent me warnings overnight about the possibility of black ice. And so I didn't encounter any ice on the roadways when I was in. KGB, you didn't have any either coming in. Joan said that she had just a little patch, but other than that, her trip was fine as well coming in. Doesn't mean that there isn't any out there, but as far as we can tell, Joan, no black ice to speak of by and large.
The far out counties, there may be some patches of black ice. For the most part, there was so much wind yesterday that everything dried up on the roads. However, what didn't dry up, it's 29 degrees. So everything that is wet on the road is going to freeze. So you just have to use caution.
It's all you
really,
gotta do.
Yeah.
Just use caution.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Thank you. And there is Donald Trump. Of course, everyone knows he was certified yesterday. Coming up in about a minute and a half, you are going to hear the best audio bite so far of 2025. First of all, though, Kamala Harris, she did certify the victory of Donald Trump and, of course, J.D. Vance as well. This is part of what it sounded like.
This announcement of the state of the vote by the President of the Senate shall be deemed a sufficient declaration of the persons elected, President and Vice President of the United States, each for a term beginning on the 20th day of January 2025, and shall be entered together with the list of the votes on the journals of the House and the Senate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And, of course, the Republicans applauding. I believe there may have been even a standing ovation. But what is interesting about, as we talk about what happened yesterday, there's a lot of videos out there, and you have a lot of the Democrats in the media saying, oh, Kamala Harris, she was so graceful in defeat and all of this. And I think, number one, well, she didn't really have much of a choice. But number two, before you start to feel sorry for Kamala Harris, I'm just going to remind you of why she lost the election in the first place. But this audio bite, by far, is my favorite of 2025 so far.
The votes for President of the United States are as follows. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 312 votes. Kamala D. Harris
Republicans.
Kamala D. Harris of the state of California has received 226 votes.
And the funny thing is, you have the Republicans a standing ovation as she's talking about Donald Trump. And then when she talked about how many votes that she got, electoral votes that she got, the Democrats It gave her a standing ovation. And to be perfectly honest, isn't that typical of the Democrats? It's like everybody got a trophy, right? Everybody gets a trophy. They give Harris a standing ovation for literally running the worst campaign in the history of bad campaigns.
Yeah, but didn't you have just even a morsel
No.
of compassion for her?
No, I did not.
The best part was they interrupted her. Like, she was trying to get over with, and they just wouldn't let her. That's the best part.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they had to gavel the Republicans.
Yeah.
They
It's like,
also-
shut up.
She gavelled the Republicans. She also gavelled the Democrats to stop talking, to stop cheering when they started that ridiculous cheer for her.
You know what the funny thing is? That is like the gavel of shut up.
Yeah. Oh, it definitely is.
But you see, here's the thing. I do wonder, these Democrats giving Kamala Harris a standing ovation. As I said, this is kind of part of the everybody gets a trophy mentality. And so part of what you're saying, Joan, and I think there are some people that legit do feel sorry for Kamala Harris, even people on our side. Well, I mean, so you felt a little sorry for Kamala Harris, Joan?
So when you're watching her, she was standing the whole time as I'm so into the process, so I watched the whole stupid thing. But every time they bring up one of the folders that had the results from each state, she would take that and then hand it to one of the, and I forget their teller, I forget what they call them, who would announce what that state voted, how that state voted. And while she was doing that, she stood the whole time. And she just looked like somebody had punched her in the eye. No emotion, looking straight out, almost as if she was staring out into the abyss. There was just a moment of compassion that I had for her, that the weight of everything that the Democrats did, and she also has fault here, but everything that they did to put her on that stage and run that horrible campaign.
Right.
That landed on her at that very moment.
But she's part of the problem.
Absolutely, she is.
With the Democrat Party.
She is.
And so
she lied like crazy, and I don't respect it.
I think you reap what you sow.
Yeah.
I mean, she was a terrible candidate. She did lie to the American people about literally everything. I mean, if we could go down the list. I mean, Joan, this is for you. Because I would remind you and anybody else who would feel sorry for Kamala Harris. And I realize you said it was only a moment.
It was a moment, yeah.
But for anybody else who had more than a moment of compassion for Kamala Harris, she lied about where she stood on the issues. She lied about where Donald Trump stood on the issues. And it was like unabashed.
Yeah.
She knew that she was lying. Her campaign literally admitted that they knew that she was lying and about Donald Trump's positions. But they said, you know what? That's okay because this seems to be working for us, so we're going to continue with the lie. So that's part of my issue with not only obviously the Democrats and Kamala Harris, but the media as well. She lied about Joe Biden for years and his ability
acuity.
to serve as president because of his cognitive functionality, which was declining from the day that he took office. She lied about the borders being secure. She raised $1 billion and ended up $20 million in the hole. So no, I don't feel sorry for her at all.
In my head, I have to juxtapose that sad image of her yesterday standing there with the images of her at the debate when she put her hand under her chin and looked at President Trump as if he was, had three heads. And when she did that finger wagging thing at the last debate, the I am speaking, if I remember those things.
I'm speaking.
If I remember those things, I can sort of put it in perspective. But just that moment when she looked like she was just run over by a truck, I just felt bad.
You know what? But you see that moment, and I get it, Joan, and maybe you've got more humanity than I do, but to me, I think that all of those moments that you just mentioned led up to the moment that she experienced and we all saw yesterday. It's her own fault. And had she been a better candidate, and if she had not lied about Donald Trump and the Republican Party and the state of our nation, and that list that I just rattled off about all of the lies, I mean, that was just off the top of my head.
Yeah.
I mean, if I really dug deep into it, there's probably a ton of other things that I would remember that led us to the moment yesterday. Let's be honest. She also spoke often about how Donald Trump was and I'm going to air quote here, a convicted felon.
Yes.
When anybody who knows that story knows that that storyline is just a bunch of BS. So I think that I will admit sometimes you've got to be gracious in victory, but there's also nothing wrong with the Republicans saying, hooray for our side. And by the way, Marjorie Taylor Greene had a few thoughts on all of this. We're going to play that audio for you.
Bet she did.
Coming up next, it is 5:16. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Not really seeing any delay so far coming in. 65 looks okay, 40 no problems, and 24 the westbound side looking really good this morning with just a couple of spots of construction set up near Old Fort Parkway. There's another one right at Joe B. Jackson. So careful as you're traveling in. And the roads are clear except for small patches of maybe some icy spots. Be careful heading in. Keep your eyes on a swivel. Or is it head on a swivel? I guess it's head on a swivel.
It's your head needs to be on the swivel.
And I guess
your
you don't
eyes
have
need
your
to be
head
open.
on a swivel while you're driving. Everything I just said, forget.
No,
Traffic every time.
You got to keep your head on a well. You're right, Joan.
Yeah.
Stop talking.
Thank you. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right. As far as your weather goes, a high of 34, low of 20. High of 34, low of 24. Cloudy today, no rain, and
Snowmageddon's coming on Friday.
No snow right now, but Snowmageddon. And here's the problem. Well, actually, we'll talk about this at 5:35.
Okay, good.
Because I have a conundrum regarding Friday, and Joan, you might have the same conundrum. So we'll talk about that and a whole lot more at 5:35. You ready to hear this? Ready to hear this Marjorie Taylor Greene audio?
Oh yeah,
she was very excited about all of this.
I have to tell you, I enjoyed that so much. I was sitting front and center inside the House chamber, so I was sitting pretty much directly in front of Kamala Harris. And yeah, it was quite satisfying watching her certify her own loss. Remember, this is a woman that never received a single vote in the Democrat primary. She literally stole the election right out from under Joe Biden and then went on to lose in glorious fashion because America said, we have had enough of the communist Democrats. So today was a great day. I tell you, it couldn't have been any better, but it was fantastic. It was a lot of fun.
And here's the thing, is that everywhere you looked yesterday, not to belabor the point, but people were trying to give Kamala Harris credit for being, I guess, either a gracious loser or being a good sport or whatever it is. But to me, she shouldn't be congratulated for losing, as Marjorie Taylor Greene says, losing the election in glorious fashion, because she did. So the media is trying to make her out to be some sort of a hero. I liked what Scott Jennings had to say about all of this, because let's all be honest. Kamala Harris, she did get her tail handed to her, and then she had to go out. Again, you reap what you sow. And so she had to go out, and she did have to do her job, which she did.
On this Harris business, I think before we canonize St. Kamala here on the high holy day of January 6th, let's remember the electoral.
See, that's funny.
I love that.
That is funny on the high holy day of January 6th, because he's right.
Yeah.
The Democrats, they do treat January 6th as some sort of a holiday. And the reason, of course, being is that they are always talking about this. They try to use this as the reason why they should have been voted into the White House. And I think the American people, and I've got a lot more to say about this in the time that I have, but I think the American people saw right through that, where it's like, you know what, they keep talking about January 6th. I'm worried about today, and I'm worried about the cost of my groceries and the price of gas and where inflation is. And so Scott Jennings and all of America saw right through what the Democrats were trying to do.
On this Harris business, I think before we canonize St. Kamala here on the high holy day of January 6th, let's remember the Electoral Count Reform Act of 2022 makes it perfectly clear that the vice president has nothing but purely ministerial duties on this day. She didn't actually certify the results of the election. That's done by the voters and the people of the
It was clear as day 4 years ago as well.
Right. But wait till you hear what else he has to say because he puts every single one of those Democrats on that panel on CNN. It's almost like they're outmatched by one guy. You know what I mean? You've got Van Jones up there, and you got a whole bunch of other people up there, and they try to take him out, and they try to either mock Donald Trump, they try to make fun of Donald Trump, they try to criticize the Republicans, and to be perfectly honest, they're no match for Scott Jennings. And so the audio that I'm going to play for you right before the news, coming up after this break, is a testament to that fact. So all that and a whole lot more straight ahead. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 5:30. Joan, what's coming up?
Yeah, we'll talk about that snow system that's reportedly on its way over the mid-states. We've got details on that. Also, McDonald's has 86th an unpopular company policy. Those stories coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
525, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening for this Tuesday, January 7th. Hope you are doing well. By the way, the Super Text line is open at 615-737-9986. We're going over some of the relevant audio as Kamala Harris was forced to come out and certify the election yesterday. We played you that audio. Scott Jennings had a few things to say about this on a panel on CNN, because part of this, if you're just joining us, part of this is the fact that you've got all of these people on the left and in the media, and they're trying to, as he says, canonize Kamala Harris because she had to go out there and try to act in a dignified way as she announced to the world that, yes, she did lose to Donald Trump. And so you've got all these folks on the left that are trying to make Kamala Harris into some sort of a hero.
People tried to make sure didn't happen on January 6th, was allowing the people to decide.
The machinery turned. It was a terrible...
The lack of acknowledgement of how bad it was in the aftermath.
I mean, I think a great many people have acknowledged it, but also what happened that day. The machinery turned. Mm-hmm. Joe Biden became the president. He had one of the worst terms of any U.S. president, and then the people scrambled back to Donald Trump. That is the history of what happened.
Right. I mean, again, everybody, as he said in the previous soundbite, which I'm going to replay, people are trying to make this about January 6th. And yesterday was all about, it's been 4 years since January 6th, and Donald Trump and his supporters tried to overturn the election. And at least to me, this isn't about what happened 4 years ago on January 6th. Really, this was about what happened every day since that day. Because you had the Democrats and the media hyper-focus on January 6th. But what else did they focus on? Opening the borders, crazed spending, censorship, vaccine mandates, the FBI going after the American people, billions and billions of dollars going to Ukraine, rampant inflation, again, high prices, Americans being killed by illegal aliens, the Democrats using lawfare to keep Donald Trump off the ballot. That is what the election was all about. That's what yesterday was all about. Everything that has happened since that now infamous January 6th. This is more from Scott Jennings on CNN.
To me, the big message is that in the United States, the people decide. And because of the disastrous 4 years that came after Donald Trump, the people decided to return Donald Trump to power. And that's fundamentally what happened. They looked at what happened on January the 6th. They looked at all the things Democrats claimed about Donald Trump. And they also analyzed every single decision that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris made.
Yeah, and all of those decisions, clearly, as everyone knows, all of those decisions were wrong. But it's not just about the decisions. It was also about the gaslighting. And as I proved to you yesterday with a lot of these Democrats talking about Donald Trump, the gaslighting does continue to this day. All right, coming up on at 5:35, we've got a bit more. There was also an awkward moment with Kamala Harris where somebody actually left her hanging when she tried to shake this person's hand. Who that person was has apparently become now a national hero to Republicans. I'm going to tell you all about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is 5:30 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, like it or not, looks like we've got a snow event coming our way on Friday. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro tells us that the mid-state could see a couple of inches of snow before the weekend starts.
More into those nitty-gritty details as we get a little bit closer to the day, but just know this will be a healthy and shovelable snowfall for us across Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky.
Shovelable. He said that really well. It's early, so it is likely that we will see some changes to this forecast. So keep it here. TDOT says that if we do get the accumulation that Stefano is predicting, they're ready for it.
When it comes to plowing roads, our priority is going to be interstates first and our heavily traveled state routes. then our secondary state routes. We'll apply that brine, and it's going to be significantly more than what we did for this previous event, just because we're looking for probably more precipitation, more accumulation.
That's TDOT's Aaron Ziegler speaking with Channel 4 about the approaching weather system. Keep it here on WTN. We'll keep you updated all week long. Now, McDonald's has just announced it'll stop serving up a helping of DEI with its burgers.
McDonald's is the latest company to announce an end to some of its diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. The fast food giant says it also intends to stop encouraging its suppliers to create diversity training-based programs and will also pause external surveys. It follows the Supreme Court's decision in 2023 that banned affirmative action in college admissions. Walmart, John Deere, Ford, and Lowe's are among other big corporations that move to roll back diversity programs. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey, everybody. Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
Looking good on 40 this morning, 24. Also looking good with some extra construction set up around the Joe B. Jackson area. And traveling in on 65, no reported delays. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.536, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, do you know who John Cryer is?
John Cryer? No.
John Cryer. KGB, do you know who John Cryer is?
Does not ring any bells,
He
sir.
played Ducky.
Oh, yeah.
In, was that 16 Candles? I think it was 16 Candles. It was one of the movies with Molly Ringwald.
What year is this?
Oh, yeah. I know who we're talking about now.
It's the 1980s. KGB.
You're going to hate me because I wasn't alive.
Hang on. You don't know 16 Candles? You don't know your Brat Pack's
I know
movies?
the Little Rascals. I don't know 16 Candles.
How do you know the Little Rascals, but you don't know the Brat Pack?
Because my mom made me watch it as a kid and I liked it. Well, I watched that in Little John. Little John's was early 90s. That doesn't really count.
Well, anyway, you seem to have skipped an entire generation.
Yes.
John Cryer played Ducky on 16 Candles. Anyway, Bill Maher and John Cryer did a podcast, videocast, whatever. And we are in delay, correct, Jeff?
Yeah. Oh, God. Am I going to have that dump button?
Well, we both have it because I haven't previewed this audio. I like
That's not a good sign.
I like to just react to stuff. And so, but John Cryer, who is uber liberal.
That makes me so sad.
Next, you're going to say Rob Reiner's a liberal.
I know, meathead, right? There should be a new rule. You know how there's this rule, never meet your heroes because they'll disappoint you? Well, there ought to be a new rule, never find out the political beliefs of your heroes because they will also more than likely disappoint you.
Yeah.
Although, to be honest with you, I don't look to Hollywood or singers or whatever for my political beliefs. Anyway, whatever. So, Bill Maher, and everybody knows that Bill Maher is a straight shooter. And so
For the most part.
For the most part. He's willing to call out his own party.
Yeah.
Let's say that. So he's got John Cryer on, and they start talking about why exactly it is that Kamala Harris lost.
The trans people in my life feel, at this point, really frightened, you know.
Who are the
because-
trans people in your life, if I may ask?
Well, no, frankly, that's my own business. And
Okay,
it's not,
that's fine.
I don't think he knows any trans people.
Okay, I know him now. People are saying he's from 2.5 Men. He was I know him.
Oh,
from
that's
Two and
right,
a Half
Two and a Half Men.
He was the brother in Two. Okay, now I got him.
But I love how Bill Maher, challenges him and says, okay, so the trans people in your life are terrified. And Bill Maher says, well, who are they? And he's like, well, that's my business. I guess I understand that. But the other, clearly I'm not trans. But my question would be, and I'll play the audio, but why exactly would they be terrified? Like, I don't understand. Were trans people a big part of this campaign? I really don't think that it was. I think the Democrats tried to make it about trans folks, but this was about the economy. This was about illegal immigration. That's what it was about. And in Maher, in this upcoming audio, he actually challenges John Cryer.
It is they're in a place where they're personally terrified right now, because not only was this election was the outrage cycle of this particular election targeted them, but it was accepted.
I thought it was targeting women that want abortion.
Right. That's what I'm a little confused about. It's like, I don't know, maybe somebody tried to bring up trans stuff. But by and large, he says the outrage cycle of this election targeted trans folks. Did I miss something? I mean, I'm pretty tuned into politics.
Yeah.
I don't remember the whole trans thing being that big of a deal because people on our side, on the conservative side, we were far more concerned with, by and large, issues that really impacted us. Now, we were also very much against kids getting gender reassignment surgery and procedures. That was a very big deal to us. But to me, that didn't target, and I'm going to air quote this, target the trans community. We were trying to save kids from a literally life-altering procedure before they were the age of 18.
I think they dumped the trans issue when it went to, like, when they going after the kids, like you were talking about. I think that's when they went to the abortion issue. Maybe it was a last-ditch, like, home run shot going back to the trans issue. Maybe that's what we missed, but who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. But I think John Cryer, I think this guy, and he's emblematic of a lot of Hollywood, where they live in their own little bubble, and they've got their own issues that they like to deal with and talk about and what they try to make important. But the reality is the American people did not vote on trans issues.
And people, accept that it's like, okay, yeah, we dehumanized them. It was politics.
Well, another
whatever.
reason why the Democrats shouldn't have blown it.
Well, I again,
so
you can blame them all you want. I
do.
believe again that there was a worldwide reaction to the inflation bump after COVID. Everybody, as I said, Americans hate inflation.
You keep telling yourself that, and you'll lose the next one too.
I mean, you see how Maher, he is just everything that John Cryer is trying to say. He just has an answer for. And first of all, the John Cryer, the worldwide bump in inflation. Let's please not forget, and I don't know if Maher says this in the audio, that Biden came in with the American Rescue Plan and spent all that money, infusing all of that money into our economy. That's what led to the rise in inflation, all the way up to whatever it was, 9-point-something%, and the prices of everything skyrocketed. So Cryer, it's almost like what he's trying to do is he's trying to make excuses, and Maher is saying, well, this is why you're going to lose the next election as well.
And if they lose,
I'm not running, but okay.
No, well, I mean, the party that it's funny, we voted for the same person.
Yes.
We, are generally supportive of the same party.
Mm-hmm.
We just have very different views on like how to deal with that.
Yeah. Yeah, we do. But again, I felt like the Democrats, in the very limited amount of time they had to fight this election, did cant to the right a lot.
The time has nothing to do with it. You could do it in 2 weeks. If anything, she had too much time. She was doing good for the first 2 months, the joy shit. And then
there we go. All right, so we got that. And he was making, in case you missed the last few seconds, Maher was talking about how the Democrats in Hollywood had all of that joy stuff where they kept talking about joy. And you heard John Cryer say, well, she didn't have enough time. Whose fault is that she didn't have enough time, if that's what you believe? They could have had a primary. It was Joe Biden who decided that he wanted to stay in the race. So it seems to me like, and the point that Maher is making is that all of this is on the Democrats. And John Cryer is trying to say, oh, no, this is on society, America, because we keep seeing this, right? America is just sick and they're demented and they're going after the trans community and all of this other stuff. And by the way, I guess part of what the conservative movement is that men pretending to be women should not play on women's sports teams. Is that what he's talking about, Joan? Is that the whole point that John Cryer is trying to make?
Perhaps. I don't seem to follow the thought pattern of these people. I'm not sure why this is so important, because it wasn't like President Trump was out there saying, you trans people are going to be put into prisons and internment camps.
Yeah.
It wasn't that way. So I'm not sure where they're coming from.
Oh, it was Pretty in Pink, not...
Pretty in Pink, yeah. I was going to tell you that, but...
No, you can tell me if I'm wrong. Pretty in Pink.
You know how I love to.
I know you. You know what, Joan? I'm actually surprised that you didn't jump at the opportunity. But anyway, so yeah, I as far as the trying to follow their logic, I think, Joan, the problem is there is a lack of logic. That's the problem.
Okay.
There's a lack of logic.
I get that.
And I think they're just sort of, they're grasping at straws right now. I mean, you have what Sunny Hostin said. You heard what she said, right?
I watched this clip. There are some. I know how I was feeling very sorry for Kamala Harris.
Mm-hmm.
Sunny Hostin makes me want to lash out irrationally.
She wants me to like rip my ears off so that I can't hear.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Well, this just so people know, and I got a far bigger segment on this in the next hour, I believe. But this is what Sunny Hostin said. Hostin or Hostin? I don't care.
Hostin.
I think we need to find moral clarity, in this country. And I just remember after January 6th, you had someone like Mitch McConnell placing the blame on January 6th where it belonged, squarely on Donald Trump's shoulders. Mm-hmm. And then you started seeing people backtrack that and losing their moral center. You had Condoleezza Rice, I believe, on this very show saying, we need to move on from January 6th. I say no. You don't move on because January 6th was an atrocity. It was one of the worst moments in American history.
One of the worst moments in American history.
Oh, boy.
Forget about 9/11.
Yeah.
Forget about the Oklahoma City bombing. Forget about all that kind of stuff. January 6th was one of the worst moments in American history.
And when you think about the worst moments in American history, like World War II, things that happened, like the Holocaust, chattel slavery. We need to never forget because past becomes prologue if you forget any race.
I just hold on. Did she just compare that to child slavery?
Yes.
Holocaust
and the
slavery.
Holocaust.
Did she
World
say
War
she has
II.
never
chattel
spoken
slavery or child?
She said chattel slavery.
Yeah.
She has never spoken to a Holocaust survivor in her life. If she does that comparison, I have. I had to do that for a project going into my bar mitzvah. No. Sorry, you're completely wrong and should be ashamed of yourself.
I just don't know how, and again, I'm going to get into this in more detail coming up, but I just don't understand how she remains employed. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if I said things that were so completely illogical to the point where, in my opinion, I've got to question the woman's sanity, I would be unemployed if I said stuff like that. If you work in an industry where, like, for example, talk radio, where you have to be able to back up the things you say with actual, facts and data, or at the very least, a rational and cogent argument, she doesn't have any of that. And so for me, when she's talking about January 6th and how it's, I guess, just as bad as World War II, is she talking about Pearl Harbor? Is she talking about dropping the bombs on Japan? Hundreds of thousands of people killed in the short term, many more in the long term. One person died on January 6th itself, and that was a white woman shot by a black law enforcement officer. So I don't understand.
There was another woman, Roseanne, I can't remember her last name, who was trampled to death and beaten by a cop. And her death just doesn't get spoken about.
I forgot all about that one, but you're right. I remember that. And so I just think for Sunny Hostin and the women on The View to try to talk about January 6th in this horrific sense, I've always said that the reason why people on the left and the reason why politicians have been so angry about January 6th is because it was their house that was encroached upon, as opposed to our country that has been encroached upon from illegal immigration. I mean, we could talk about any number of things. So I just think that the reason why Sunny Hostin, the other women on The View, this whole conversation about how yesterday was 4 years since January 6th, and they continue to focus on that, is because they don't have anything else. And it all goes back to all the things that we spoke about during the election, where it was like, okay, so January 6th, 2021, what else you got? And it was nothing but crickets. But it is astonishing to me that this show, with all of this lack of rational conversation, is still on the air. And does anybody realize how, and KGB, I know that you understand this, how absolutely anti-Semitic that comment was when she's talking about how January 6th apparently is akin to the Holocaust? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And
That's sick.
Nobody understands how, well, I do, and Jeff does, and clearly, Joan, you do. That is clearly you're trying to sanitize the Holocaust.
They've been doing that for years now. They've called Trump worse than Hitler on multiple occasions.
Yeah. Absolutely right. And yet they constantly get away with it. It is unbelievable.
Roseanne Boyland was her name.
Yes, Roseanne Boyland.
I just want to say her name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think we'll have to see if there's any follow-up, but there has been a lot of people, and not just on the conservative side, who are now calling out Sunny Hostin for her, in my opinion, her completely irrational and irresponsible comments. It is 5:52 on Nashville's Morning News, and Joe Jones has the news coming up.
Yeah, Lebanon police have arrested a man who fired a shot outside the Walmart on Saturday night. They finally got him. Also, the reasons to believe that Facebook may be turning the corner on censorship. Those stories coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The phone number is always 615-737-9986. The super text line is open, making a lot of conversation about this discussion between Bill Maher and John Cryer. And they're talking about, in this clip, illegal immigration. It's the one that's a minute 20?
Yes.
KGB? All right. This is, because this really was a good conversation, because I think if you as a conservative have a liberal friend, this is how you outwit your liberal friend, simply by talking facts and rational thinking.
I remember
John Cryer.
I remember one older woman who was very anti-immigration, and I remember she drove me batty. But I feel like I zinged her a couple of times. I was like, "You're an old lady." I think that was the height of my repartee.
Yeah, but who looks stupid now?
Yeah.
Ouch.
Bill Maher.
Yeah, that was a
Who
zinger.
looks stupid now? And the funny thing is, I don't know where Cryer, and I'm going to play the rest of this, but I don't know where he was going with, I zinged her a couple of times by calling her an old lady. Well, that's right up there with calling people who want secure borders racist.
Yeah.
John Cryer. So, I mean, I think all this audio, right, is going viral. And I think the reason why it has gone viral is because Cryer, he looks so bad and he looks so uninformed. And he's very typical of people in this Hollywood bubble.
Yes,
exactly. No, I mean, I think the whole country, even unless you're like stupid woke, I hope you're not, but it is Hollywood.
Somewhat stupidly woke.
Okay.
Well, clearly you are not somewhat, you are very stupidly woke. You know what's so funny about this video? I'm watching the audio. I'm watching the video. Is Maher is just so over this guy. Can you, when you see KGB, when you're watching this video, can you see that Maher's like, you can see just in his body language the eye roll.
Yeah, he has the bottle. I don't know if it's like tequila or whatever in his hand. He's just like, I'm gonna just drink this whole thing. I'm sick of this.
Yeah,
like,
that's
he's
exactly
just
right.
So fed up.
Okay. The whole country was like, I mean, I think the biggest issue for the election, one of the biggest ones, was Democrats pointlessly, totally just punted on immigration and let anybody who wanted to walk in for 3.5 years did. And,
Well, I think they would probably disagree. The people walking in probably felt like it was a little harder.
No, actually, there's a great 60 Minutes piece on it where the border, I mean, you don't get 8 million people here by making it difficult. But you see they're walking through and the border guys are just watching them do it. They're just watching them walk past. You never saw that?
I did not see that.
See, that doesn't get in the liberal media. That's the problem, is the bubbles we live in.
Oh, snap. Bill Maher's right.
Bubble, yeah.
That's what I was talking about earlier with John Cryer. That is emblematic of the liberal bubble. They have no idea what is really going on in the world. And that's why if the liberals want to keep thinking and acting like John Cryer, then conservatives will win every single election from now till forever. And I love it. 6 o'clock on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 6 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're at 29 degrees right now, still overcast, but pretty dry at this point today. Lebanon police have arrested the man who allegedly fired a gun at another man outside the Lebanon Walmart on Saturday night. And they were able to identify him after receiving a tip. 27-year-old David Raleigh was arrested at an apartment complex on Rome Pike. The shooting happened just outside the front doors of the Walmart after an altercation with another man.
We're still trying to figure out if they knew each other or not. That's, like I said, part of the investigation. They took that dispute outside, and that's where the suspect pulled out a weapon and fired one round.
That police officer telling Channel 4 that David Raleigh has been charged with aggravated assault and reckless endangerment. President-elect Trump has filed a lawsuit in New York that would delay sentencing in his hush money trial, currently scheduled for Friday.
Trump does not want this sentencing on Friday to go forward. He argued that just days from the inauguration, he should be covered by presidential immunity, and his conviction for falsifying business records here in New York should be dismissed. But Judge Juan Merchan refused to budge. He called Trump's arguments repetitive, and the Manhattan DA, Alvin Bragg, said there's overwhelming evidence of Trump's guilt and no reason to delay sentencing because on January 10th, Trump simply is not president yet.
ABC's Aaron Katursky reporting there. President Trump's longtime friend, who's also the CEO of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, Dana White, has just joined the board of Facebook's parent company, Meta. Mark Zuckerberg, has been practicing mixed martial arts in recent years. And during the last election, he and President Trump had an especially tense relationship. Well, looks like the two are burying the hatchet, and White may help to keep the censorship to a minimum on Facebook this time around. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Stocks opened the week mixed, with the Dow Jones slipping 25 points to finish at 42,706. The S&P, on the other hand, rose more than 0.5%. The Nasdaq Composite picked up 1.25% on the day. One day after suing the Biden administration for blocking the sale of U.S. steel to his company, the CEO of Japan's Nippon Steel says he's not giving up on the deal. The merger has been valued at just under $15 billion. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has finalized a rule that could affect up to 15 million Americans who are having trouble borrowing money. The CFPB this morning has removed medical debt from consumer credit reports. And Fubo is joining Disney. The parent of ABC News has struck a deal to combine the sports streaming service with Hulu Plus Live TV. The combined entity, which would be 70% owned by Disney, would have about 6 million subscribers. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Really not seeing any trouble spots this morning. Traffic is running smoothly. There are some construction spots set up on westbound 24 on your way into Nashville. And police are saying that in Williamson County, there may be some black ice areas to be careful of. Best bet just to be careful driving this morning. Otherwise, the roads are dry and looking pretty clear so far. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You can follow me on X and Facebook at Dan Mandis Show. There is a great video where Kamala Harris is shaking hands with folks yesterday. And I posted this on my X feed. The husband of Senator Deborah Fisher, a Republican, actually refused to shake Kamala Harris's hand. Just kind of left her hanging. You know what I'm talking about? She puts out the hand, and he just sort of nods at her and looks back down. The look on Kamala Harris's face is meme-worthy. It really is. It is priceless. Go find it on my X feed at Dan Mandis Show. A lot of people talking about it, and we spent a good deal of time in the 5 o'clock hour talking about how the left is doing everything that they can to, for whatever bizarre reason, they're trying to still make January 6th of 2021 a thing. And so yesterday, and I'm just going to touch on this because there's some really obscene audio from Hakeem Jeffries. This is where, of course, you know that he is the House Minority Leader, and he is, as I like to say, he is an Obama wannabe. Listen to what he said about January 6th of 2021.
January 6th, 2021 is a day that will forever live in infamy.
So really now he is using Pearl Harbor type language. It is just ridiculous. And as I said in the 5 o'clock hour, really it's not January 6th of 2021 that the American people voted on in this last election. It was every day since January 6th of 2021. It's all the things that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did in the last 4 years. That's what people voted on. And so for me, if they want to keep going down this road of invoking January 6th, they can knock themselves out. But it's going to be at their own peril. Now, Justin Trudeau resigned as Prime Minister of Canada. This is a big deal for a number of different reasons, but this is how he made the announcement yesterday.
So last night over dinner, I told my kids about the decision that I'm sharing with you today. I intend to resign as party leader, as Prime Minister, after the party selects its next leader through a robust, nationwide, competitive process. Last night, I asked the President of the Liberal Party to begin that process. This country deserves a real choice in the next election, and it has become clear to me that if I'm having to fight internal battles, I cannot be the best option in that election.
Well, clearly you weren't the best option. People in Canada hate this guy. Now, one of the things that Trump has said about Trudeau, and I do believe that Trump did play a hand in Trudeau and his very quick exit, because I think there was a lot of calls for Trudeau to resign, but I do believe that Donald Trump putting a lot of that pressure on the prime minister, soon to be ex-prime minister, did sort of hasten his stepping down. But part of what's going on is, of course, you know, that Donald Trump, the threat of tariffs, played a hand in his resignation. I think perhaps part of what was going on is Donald Trump was honest about what was going on here in America with illegal immigration and the fact that there's a whole bunch of folks coming in from Canada. And Trump made Trudeau look weak. And it also brought home the point that in Canada, one of the big issues is immigration. And Canadians are really angry about all of the immigration that has happened in Canada. And honestly, they're coming through our northern border, coming into our country as well. And so Trump just blew the story wide open. And that's one of the reasons why Trudeau was forced to step down. Because Trump, as a strong leader, made Trudeau look incredibly weak. And Canada is looking at all of this going on here in America and thinking, yeah, we need a stronger leader. And Justin Trudeau clearly is not. Now, remember, this is the guy, and we talked about this at the time, where Justin Trudeau thought that ISIS jihadists could actually be rehabilitated. Remember this?
While other countries are prosecuting citizens who went abroad to fight for ISIS, Trudeau believes some returning home to Canada can still be rehabilitated.
There's a range of experiences when people come home, and we know that actually someone who has engaged and turned away from that hateful ideology can be an extraordinarily powerful voice for preventing radicalization in future generations and younger people within the.
So, I mean, when that audio came out, when that interview aired, people in Canada were aghast. I mean, just weakness in a tyrannical kind of way. Remember the whole Canadian trucker story, where you had those Canadian truckers and the convoy where they were protesting Canada's vaccine mandates, and Trudeau, remember what he did? He froze their bank accounts. I mean, that was insane. And so in Canada, there's a whole conservative movement that is going on right now. And Jordan Peterson, of course, is one of the most well-known Canadians there in Canada. And he was on Piers Morgan last night, and he was throwing down some truth about Justin Trudeau.
Well, I watched his resignation speech this morning, and I thought, I've never heard Justin Trudeau say a true word in his entire life. I'm a pretty astute clinician, and I can, if I pay attention, I can tell the difference between someone who's, merely wrong and trying his best, and someone who just lies with every single breath. And he is definitely a person like that. Everything he does is an act. And his resignation speech was an act. You could tell because today he started out with the words, well, everyone knows that I'm a fighter and I don't give up.
Right, as he was giving up and quitting and stopping fighting. So you know what happened in Canada? Same as here. You had soaring prices. You had massive immigration. And Trudeau was all about the immigration, and he wanted all of that immigration. And people in Canada, they got really angry because it is having an impact, a negative impact on Canada. And so some polling showed that 68% of Canadians wanted him gone. His party support among all voters was like 18%. I mean, think about that. If you were a voter in Canada and you knew what you wanted to vote for or what party you wanted to vote for, his party and him, the Liberal Party, they were like 16%. The Conservative Party in Canada rose 45%. I mean, it's huge. One of his top cabinet officials resigned as well. The Associated Press puts it this way. The resignation of Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland was the last nail in the coffin for Justin Trudeau. Freeland wrote in her resignation letter that the only honest and viable path for Trudeau was to resign. And she said there was a lot of disagreements. They were at odds over how to handle the incoming Donald Trump administration and criticized his handling of the economy. Wait till you hear what Jordan Peterson has to say about Justin Trudeau and what he did with the border and also the economy. And also coming up, who is the predicted winner? As Canadians will decide who they want their next prime minister to be. Have you heard of the guy who is the conservative in Canada that a lot of people are saying is very Trumpian-like? We'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. 6:15, time to check the roads on WTN. .6:15, Nashville's Morning News. Weather today, a high of 34, a low of 24. Cloudy today, no rain, no snow either. And right now, 24 degrees at Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Justin Trudeau, I think to the shock of no one, although it did come, people were saying he was going to resign on Wednesday, tomorrow, maybe Thursday. But he decided to rip the Band-Aid off, and yesterday he just decided to announce that he was resigning. By the way, a lot of people want Trudeau to resign literally effective right now. But remember that Donald Trump has been saying that he isn't happy with the trade imbalance between us and Canada. He was also threatening that 25% tariff if Canada and Trudeau did not help the border situation where all those people were coming across our northern border. And Jordan Peterson, in my opinion, probably politically anyway, one of the better-known Canadians out there, he was no fan of Justin Trudeau.
It's about the fact that over 9 years, you have moved Canadians from parity in terms of per capita GDP. We were equal to the Americans 9 years ago, equal. And now we're at 60%, which is also, by the way, the case for you guys in the UK. And that's 100% attributable to Justin Trudeau and his nightmarish, woke, leftist, weak policies.
And it sounds like people want Trudeau, again, to leave right now. As far as Canada becoming a state, by the way, that's not going to happen. I'm just telling you it's not going to happen. I see both nations forming a partnership economically somehow. But as far as Canada becoming a state, both nations have to go through their legislative bodies to do it, and it's simply not going to happen. And to be honest, I don't know about you. I don't want Canada. I mean, do you want Canada? Does anybody? Here's an interesting question. KGB monitor the super text line. Does anybody really want Canada? Because don't we have enough problems of our own? We don't need to bring on Canada. But a better working partnership? Absolutely. The big question is, what now is next for Canada?
Trudeau is so spectacularly incompetent that there's endless discoveries of corruption and idiocy to be unveiled. And I'm afraid for Pierre Poilievre that he's going to be left with a terrible mess and will immediately be blamed by the remnants of the legacy media.
Yeah, you heard him mention Pierre Poilievre. He is the conservative who most believe will be the next prime minister of Canada. Now, this guy is clearly going to be fun to watch. I don't know, Joan, if you've seen the video of Pierre Poilievre, and he's being interviewed. And I posted it to my socials on X, Dan Manda's show.
Yeah.
But it's the one where he's eating an apple, and this reporter is asking him all kinds of questions that, I mean, clearly, Pierre Poilievre, he's not digging the questions, and he's not digging the reporter.
On the topic, I mean, in terms of your sort of strategy currently, you're obviously taking the populist pathway.
What does that mean?
Well, appealing to people's more emotional levels, I would guess. I mean, certainly you tap very strong ideological language quite frequently.
Like what?
Left wing, this and that, right wing. I mean, it's that type of ideological spectrum.
I never really talk about left or right.
Anyways,
I don't really believe in that.
Okay. A lot of people would say that you're simply taking a page out of the Donald Trump book.
Like which people would say that?
Well, I'm sure a great many Canadians, but...
I love how he's just eating the apple. Because, I mean, if you see the video, and please watch it on my X feed, if you see the video, he's just eating an apple and not answering the questions because the reporter is just sort of asking, I don't know, what would you describe those questions? I'm having a hard time coming up with the word, but they're not really specific, and they sound a little bit like he's attacking Pierre Poilievre.
Oh, they sound a lot like that. This is exactly the mainstream media in the United States as well.
Kind of platitudinal.
It's a fishing question, trying to fish to get a rise out of someone.
Yeah, there you go. And he was...
It's this overarching, just an idea rather than it being very specific.
Mm-hmm.
So-and-so said that you did this. Mm-hmm. They can't say that because they just want to say, hey, everyone believes you're a populist.
And the best thing about... Oh, and wait till you hear what he has to say about being a populist. I've got more audio on this, but go check it out on my X feed because this video... actually went viral. I don't know exactly when this was, but I remember watching it a while ago. And people are talking about how he was just totally dominant. Simply the act of eating this apple and asking for details as to some of the questions that this reporter was asking. So we've got that for you and a whole lot more. I do have that audio right before the news with Joan Jones coming up, 6:21 on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. Friends, you know that January can be a time to clean, purge, and yes, think about becoming healthier. Zero Res can help you do just that. They offer you a healthier way to clean your home and clean your carpets. Now, using Zero Res means that they use cleaning agents that leave your carpet cleaner and healthier than those other carpet cleaning companies. Now, I know that when they clean your carpet with their ZR water, they leave no soap, no residue, and no harsh chemicals. Zero Res is going to clean and sanitize your surfaces without the use of detergents and without the use of harsh chemicals, which means that, yes, your carpet does stay cleaner longer, unlike those other, again, carpet cleaning companies. Now, I've been using Zero Res for years now, and they are the number one they're number one in my house, and yes, they are the number one carpet cleaning company in America. The Carpet and Rug Institute also say that Zero Res is the number one carpet cleaning company as well. Independent testing labs, they also say the same thing. Now, right now, they've got a great deal going on at Zero Res, 3 rooms of carpets cleaned. Listen to this, for just $99, and celebrate the new year with 25% off of upholstery cleaning as well. Be healthy and stay healthy in 2025 with Zero Res. Restrictions may apply. Call them 615-535-9376, 615-535-9376. You can also book online at ZeroResNashville.com. 622 on Super Talk 99.7. Joan, what's coming up in the news?
Dan, why a Hendersonville cop is under arrest. Also, better warn your teens about this really sick TikTok trend. Those stories coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
.625 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Every night at homework time, I thank the Lord for Xfinity Internet. Now, we, in my house, can stay connected with Wi-Fi coverage that delivers the speed we need, and you can too. I know over the holidays, I did a ton of fill-in nationally and across the country, and I can rely on Xfinity for my rock-solid internet that I use to do all those shows. Now, listen. Homework and our jobs don't wait for the internet to work. You need a reliable connection even when everyone is online and working. Now, in my house, we rely on Xfinity. Now, if there are issues, Xfinity has 24/7 customer service here for you whenever you need it with in-home Wi-Fi support. And if you're on the go, you can stay connected with over 20 million secure Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. So get the best Wi-Fi for your life, whether it's doing homework with the kids or work for the paycheck. Rock-solid internet is only a phone call away with Xfinity. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY. That's 1-800-XFINITY. As always, tell them Dan told you to reach out online at Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. .628, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Playing audio from this Pierre Poilievre, who is supposed to be the next, perhaps the next Prime Minister of Canada. He is conservative, and playing audio from this viral video where this guy, he's eating an apple. Maybe you've seen it. You can find it on my X feed at Dan Manda Show. But he's eating an apple and responding to this, I don't know if you'd call it an accusation, but this comment by a reporter that he seems to be like Donald Trump. He seems to be like a populist.
A lot of people would say that you're simply taking a page out of the Donald Trump book.
Like which people would say that?
Well, I'm sure a great many Canadians, but...
Like who?
I don't know who, but...
Well, you're the one who asked the question, so
yeah.
You must know somebody.
Okay, I'm sure there's some out there, but anyways, the point of this question is, I mean, why should Canadians trust you with their vote?
I mean, this is so great because he just keeps going.
Why should Canadians trust you with their vote, given, not just the sort of ideological inclination in terms of taking the page out of Donald Trump's book, but
what are you
also
talking about? What page? What page? Can you give me a page? Give me the page. You keep saying
in terms of turning things quite dramatically in terms of Trudeau and the left wing and all of this. I mean, you make quite a it's quite a play that you make on it. So I'm
not
just
sure.
Wondering.
I don't know what your question is.
Okay, then forget that. Why should Canadians trust you with their vote?
Common sense.
Okay.
Common sense for a change. We're going to make common sense common in this country. We don't have any common sense in the current government.
And he goes on, and I love what he has to say. And
it is without emotion either.
Without emotion. Mm-hmm. And when he says common sense, it's like, well, it's what we've all been talking about with Canada. It's the same here. You've got problems with immigration, and you've got problems with the economy. That's not populist. That is, simply put, common sense. It is 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 6:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A Hendersonville police officer has been arrested after a disturbing DUI incident early yesterday morning. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office said one of their deputies clocked a car driving at 104 miles per hour in a 65-mile-an-hour speed zone on Highway 386. When the driver finally stopped, he was identified as Stephen Wilson, an officer with Hendersonville Police Department. Body camera footage shows Wilson was combative, got into a physical altercation with both responding officers. He's been charged with DUI, assaulting a first responder, and resisting arrest. A Chinese-owned vessel has apparently cut an undersea fiber optic cable near Taiwan, causing minimal disruption of internet service, but sending a message about the vulnerability of the island and its internet. The Wall Street Journal is reporting this morning that China has been engaged in a long-running, multifaceted pressure campaign to influence people and leadership of Taiwan, a self-ruled democracy on an island claimed by Beijing as its own. A new warning to anyone who uses dating apps as more people try to find love in the new year. ABC's Andrew Dimbert tells us about a disturbing new trend.
Hired by a scheme on TikTok, are luring victims through dating apps to then frame them as sexual predators, all to mimic the TV show To Catch a Predator. The latest case in Massachusetts, where 5 students at Assumption University face kidnapping charges. Authorities say one of the teens used Tinder to lure a 22-year-old man to campus, then led him to a lounge where nearly 30 students ambushed him, accusing him of being a sexual predator. The group allegedly tried to stop him from leaving, chasing him to his car and assaulting him with a car door.
That's ABC's Andrew Dimbert reporting. Isn't that awful?
What kind of dating app was this?
They lured him to the location using Tinder, but they film it on TikTok because they want to have these episodes like, it's To Catch a Predator.
So they want to destroy this guy's life for clicks.
For nothing. Yes, for nothing. Absolutely.
That is awful.
It is awful. That's TikTok for you. Mm-hmm. Stock futures this morning. Well, let's see. The Dow futures are up 48, but the NASDAQ futures down 4 points. S&P futures down, make that up 5. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Hey, by the way, coming up, Matthew Hurt is going to join us, going to talk about a number of different things, including President-elect Donald Trump accusing Joe Biden of making this a very difficult transition. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more with Matthew coming up. Dan Mandis here. I always recommend Mark Spain here in Nashville because I trust that they're going to sell your home hassle-free and a strong cash offer. Now, they've been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years at Mark Spain Real Estate. They have served over 58,000 families. And with all those clients, Mark Spain Real Estate is the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America. And with all that, they've got 12,500 five-star reviews. Now, you can trust my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. And yes, the least amount of hassle, that is the guaranteed offer. The Wall Street Journal and Real Trends, they have both consistently named Mark Spain Real Estate as a top real estate team in America for 8 years in a row, including being ranked #1 in the nation for closed transactions 5 years in a row. Now, there's a reason they've got so much success. It is that guaranteed offer, a quick sale and maximum profit. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That phone number, tell him Dan told you to reach out, is 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Online anytime at markspain.com and start packing.
Got an accident this morning. It's on 40 eastbound lanes before Old Hickory Boulevard West, exit 199. It's blocking off the right shoulder. And then another accident, this one in Lebanon. It's I-840, the eastbound lanes at Stewart's Ferry Pike, exit 70. And be careful in Williamson County. They're saying that there may be some black ice on some of the major roads in Williamson County. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on to your Tuesday, January 7th. Man, it is cold, cold, cold. Along with Joan Jones and KGB, Jeff Malinoff, I'm Dan Mandis, and want to welcome on into the program Matthew Hurt, our grassroots political analyst. Matthew, always great to have you on. I want to start this conversation with a quote here from Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
A lot of hard work to be done in a very short amount of time, because remember, we want to deliver this to the president's desk by hopefully the end of April at the latest. And so we've got a lot of work to do between now and then, and there'll be long days and long nights here. But we've already told all the House Republicans and Senate Republicans, be ready to work overtime and inform your spouses now. This is going to be a tough season, but it'll be worth it in the end for all of us.
All right, so he's talking about, of course, passing Donald Trump's agenda, including he wants this one big, beautiful reconciliation bill. Other conservatives and other people want two. And so let's start there. Matthew, of course, always great to have you on the program. What do you think? One reconciliation bill or two?
Well, look, Dan, I think that Congress should work through these matters responsibly. I'm still a fiscal conservative, but Speaker Johnson is absolutely right. They have 2 years to get this right, to get the full Trump agenda through, and that means they're going to have to actually come into work. And so we're going to see a lot of work. Washington is closed today. It's day 2 of a snow day, but Congress is at work, and I am excited and optimistic about what Republicans are going to be able to accomplish. The big problem is that if they lose 1 or 2 votes in the House, it really jeopardizes the opportunity here. So what that means is there can be no flights canceled. There can be no sick members of Congress back home in their districts. Everybody has to get back to the office, back to Washington on Monday evening, which is usually when they start the week. And I am optimistic about what they're going to be able to accomplish.
One of the concerns that I have, because you and I both know that this is going to be a battle between Republicans and not Republicans and Democrats. By and large, I believe that Democrats are not going to help the Republicans do anything. They're in the House of Representatives. But you have a lot of people that criticized within the Republican Party. You have a lot of people that will criticize the Democrats for bringing just this kind of bill, whether it's a reconciliation bill, an omnibus spending bill. But a lot of Republicans have criticized the Democrats for doing just this. And now the Republicans are doing the same thing with Mike Johnson and President Trump. They want the one big bill as opposed to two. So I think that there's going to be some fiscally conservative Republicans who are going to push back on this notion of one bill.
You're right on 2 things. The Democrats are not going to give Republicans a win. You talked about it before the break with Joe Biden doing everything he can as he leaves the White House. The second thing is the Republican Party is the only party that tolerates ideological diversity. And so we have fiscal hawks. We have conservatives who are concerned about spending, and I am one of those. And so we'll see those debates play out. It remains to be seen how these bills move through the committee process and how Republicans tackle them, and what kind of horse trading you see going on behind the scenes or out in the open on the headlines of mainstream media, where Republicans are making principled arguments in favor of getting them in the right direction. And I think that is the major concern is we've got great members of Congress like Congressman Thomas Massey in Kentucky, who is great on every single issue, and he's going to raise pointed questions. We've got others in Congress who are going to do the same. And at the end of the day, Republicans can't afford to lose more than one vote on any of these pieces of legislation.
It is insane. And the problem that Mike Johnson has is, okay, so if he starts losing Republicans, then he's got to go to Hakeem Jeffries. And he's got to say, look, I need 3 people to get this whole thing passed. And then once you start horse trading with Democrats, that's when everything really does fall off the rails. By the way, were you surprised? It's been a minute since you and I spoke. Were you surprised that Mike Johnson was confirmed as Speaker?
I wasn't surprised. Donald Trump came out in favor of him. We didn't see nearly as much. I saw a number of Democrats on X who said, are we going to get a Speaker of the House today? I didn't expect too much drama, maybe one vote or two, but ultimately not surprised with his reelection, giving Donald Trump support. And I'm under the impression and have read in the headlines that Trump was making calls during the vote to members of Congress. And that is something that he has done time and time again as members have been on the House floor taking important votes like this.
One of the things that I noticed yesterday, I mean, it's almost comical, where you have some of these people on the left and they're trying to talk about January 6th, 4 years ago. And they're trying to sort of make this very sanctimonious and pious argument that yesterday really was supposed to be about January 6th from 4 years ago. And my point is, it's been about everything that's happened since that day within the Biden administration. This is Hakeem Jeffries. Maybe you've heard this already.
January 6th, 2021 is a day that will forever live in infamy.
They're trying to make January 6th from 4 years ago like Pearl Harbor and 9/11. And, of course, Sonny Hostin talking about how it's akin to the Holocaust. I mean, why are they doing this? This is why they lost the election.
You and I talked during the election cycle about MSNBC's sort of focus group in Michigan, and the voters just don't care. The only person who was killed on January 6th was Ashley Babbitt. She was killed by a member of Capitol Law Enforcement. The most law enforcement officers were holding the door open as people went in. Once you got past sort of the first wave of people who did have, I think, bad intentions going into the Capitol, there were just waves of Trump supporters who wound up in the Capitol. And the American people are past it. It just does not resonate with the voter. If you look at the issues, the top 10 issues as people exit the polls and they ask them, did you vote based on the economy? Did you vote based on immigration? Did you vote based on crime and security? The number 11 issue was, did you vote based on what happened on January 6, 2021? And it just does not resonate with the American people.
No, and that's the problem the Democrats have. And as you and I spoke often about, they didn't have anything else during this election. And so that's why they had to keep going back to 4 years ago. And because everything since that day has been a complete and utter train wreck because of Joe Biden. Got a lot more with Matthew Hurt coming up next. It is 6:45. Time to check the roads on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather today, it's going to be a high of 34, low of 24. It's going to be cloudy. No rain and no snow. Really, though, you want to focus on this coming Friday. We've got a lot of snow in the forecast. And so details coming up at the top of the hour right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Matthew Hurt, our grassroots political analyst, is joining us here on Nashville's Morning News. All right, so, Matthew, one of the things that Joe Biden is doing, and Donald Trump is accusing him of this, is he's trying to impact the transition, and he's trying to derail as best he can Donald Trump's presidency. And Trump is accusing him of that, openly accusing him of that. Do you agree?
I absolutely agree. You and I have talked about this before. This is way worse than Bill Clinton stealing furniture and removing the W's from the keyboard in 2000. This is a full court press, offices of attorneys who are figuring out everything they can do to trip up Donald Trump in the incoming administration. We talk about, or the Democrats talk about, a peaceful transition of power. This is likely the most hostile transition of power we've ever seen in American politics, and it is a shame, and it's exactly why, you said a minute ago, Speaker Johnson going to Hakeem Jeffries, I don't think the Republicans are going to pick up one Democrat vote in the House on any of these important bills because they are fully committed to this resistance movement in the absence of a protest movement. We haven't seen a protest in Washington, D.C. since the election. I've been very surprised. The left-wing electorate seems pretty subdued, but that doesn't mean that Democrats in Congress and entrenched members of the deep state aren't doing everything they can to stop Donald Trump's agenda.
One of the things that I spoke about yesterday, where Biden banned oil and gas drilling and across U.S., across 625 million acres of U.S. coastal territory, basically banning offshore drilling. And Trump has come out and he's going to say that I'm going to unban it immediately. But how much of a hiccup or how much of a pothole is this to Donald Trump as he takes the oath of office on January 20th?
Well, it depends on if it's an administrative action that the administration can just undo or if this has to go through the courts. And curiously enough, this is one of the things that Canadians are upset about as well, is the lack of drilling. Canada is the third largest producer of, they've got the third largest oil reserves. And so this is something that resonates with the average voter in the Western Hemisphere. And so if it's an administrative action, it should be pretty easy to undo. But if Donald Trump has to go through the courts, depending upon which jurisdiction, he could hit a roadblock there.
All right, so give me a little bit of a historical perspective. When Trump left office 4 years ago, I'm just wondering if this is a tit for tat. I don't remember Trump doing as much as Biden is doing. We all know what he did with the remnants of the wall as well. Trump didn't do this, did he?
It would have made the headlines to a ridiculous degree. I don't recall this. I don't think that it happened. And I also don't think the Trump administration officials had the capacity and the wherewithal. I just don't think they had the knowledge to do it. I don't know that they would have if they did have the knowledge, but I don't think that they did it. We certainly would have heard about it in all of the mainstream media, how Donald Trump was trying to hinder the incoming president. This is barely making it out in sort of conservative news circles and on talk radio like this, but certainly I don't believe anything like this happened when Joe Biden took office.
All right, Matthew Hurt, how can people follow you on Twitter?
I'm on Twitter at Matthew Hurt, MattheWHurtt.
All right. Thank you very much. Always great to have you on. Spot on analysis as always. It is 6:50 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Okay, right before the news with Joe and Jones, we are going to talk about Donald Trump's, it's great audio, his immediate reaction upon hearing that Joe Biden had basically banned offshore oil drilling. We're going to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the Super Text line is open at 615-737-9986. And here we are in 2025. What big events do you have planned? Whether it's a big corporate event or a family reunion, maybe a wedding at your home. My friends at Nashville Tent and Awning, they can help you with an incredible enclosure that can be installed literally anywhere. They've been around since 1884. That's right, 1884. These folks are a Nashville institution, and they've worked with the likes of the Titans, Vanderbilt, and the Grand Ole Opry. Now, they're one of the top companies here in Nashville. Think about your backyard. You can actually extend your living space with a backyard enclosure so you can enjoy it even here in the wintertime. If you have an event for work coming up, they can help you there as well with a tent or an enclosure. And they've also got awnings for any style of building that'll improve the look and feel of your home or office. Get some visuals and check them out online. Their website, it's a great one. ntaco.com. That's like ntaco.com, ntaco.com. The phone number, as always, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-329-3701, 615-329-3701. Again, tell them Dan told you to reach out. Solid craftsmanship built to last since 1884. Nashville Tent and Awning. It is 6:51 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones has the news. Coming up at 7. Joan, what do we got?
A prisoner swap appears to be taking place between the U.S. and a terrorist group. And it's happened again. 2 people stowed away on a passenger plane. We'll tell you the outcome of this story. Those stories coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.654 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for the Glock Store. Now, this is my gun store and where I train, and I do need to go more often here in 2025, and you do too. Now, I know they've got private shooting rooms and personal instructors at the Glock Store, not multiple lanes and some stranger shooting next to you, no. Now, here's an exciting 2025 New Year, New Deal just for you, just for listeners to this show. All month long, here in January, you can book a shooting session at shoot270.com. You mention my name, you know what you get to do. You get to shoot a full auto H&K suppressed MP5. Again, just for mentioning my name. Now, that is a $50 value, but that is an experience you'll never forget. Check them out online, shoot270.com. Again, mention my name. I've gone through the incredible personal training at the Glock Store. I'll never go back to the single lane ranges again. The incredible, incomparable shoot270.com, only in Nashville and only at my place to train, the Glock Store. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere, shoot270.com. 6:56 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And real quickly, I want to put Joan on standby. Joan, I'm going to ask you about Facebook in about a minute and 6 seconds. But Donald Trump was talking about Joe Biden and about how Biden banned basically all oil and gas drilling across 625 million acres of United States coastal territory. This was Donald Trump's reaction. He was on with Hugh Hewitt.
Got to get things done. We don't get them done. I see it just came over that Biden has banned all oil and gas drilling across 625 million acres of U.S. coastal territory. It's ridiculous. I'll unban it immediately. I will unban it. I have the right to unban it immediately. What's he doing? Why is he doing it? You know, we have something that nobody else has. I mean, nobody has to the extent we have it, and it'll be more by the time we finish because I'll be able to expand. You know, we're going to expand our country, and it'll be more. We have oil and gas, and whether you manufacture widgets or gadgets or whatever you happen to be doing, some countries have to work very hard to do that. We do too, and we will. But we have oil and gas at a level that nobody else has, and we're going to take advantage of it. And when I see somebody saying he's going to ban 625 million acres, he doesn't know what that is. He doesn't even know what 625 million acres would look like. And we can't let that happen to our country.
Yeah, one of the things and that's Donald Trump reacting to Joe Biden and this massive ban of oil and gas drilling off of our coast. And so part of what Trump won on is everyone knows, if you paid attention to the election, was drill, baby, drill. That's what Trump said over and over again. So he says that he's going to unban it immediately. And big news from Facebook.
Oh, man, this is amazing.
Did you see this?
I'm reading it right now. It's
so
terrific.
Apparently they are going to do away with fact checkers.
No more fact checkers.
On Facebook?
Yeah, I got a quote from Zuckerberg myself.
All
I
right.
found one. He said, quote, "We're replacing fact checkers with community notes, simplifying our policies and focusing on reducing mistakes. Looking forward to the next chapter."
Here you go. Here's an even better one.
Ooh.
The recent elections feel like a cultural tipping point towards prioritizing speech,
There you
as
go.
in free speech.
Mm-hmm.
So there you
only
go.
took him 8 years.
Well, he's not the snot-nosed teenage brat anymore. You know, he's grown, and I think he's matured, and he sees his place in the world.
Yeah, and that whole censoring thing. I mean, you're KGB is right on one. I'm sure other notes too, but on one point, which is that once it was discovered that they were working in conjunction with the federal government to censor conservatives talking about vaccine concerns and lockdown concerns. Once that came to light, they should have immediately come out and said no more fact checkers and that kind of a thing, because clearly their version of fact checking has been censoring conservatives. So they should have done this. They never should have started, but they should have ended the fact checking quite some time ago, specifically once they were caught censoring conservatives about vaccines and lockdowns and so forth. News with Joan Jones is coming up next on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 7 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Breaking this morning, the Biden administration is negotiating with the Taliban to exchange Americans left behind in Afghanistan for at least one high-profile prisoner alleged to be an Osama bin Laden associate who's being held at Guantanamo Bay. The story is just breaking at the Wall Street Journal. The Taliban denies holding one of the three Americans in question here. It's also demanding the U.S. release more than one of their Taliban. The White House has said that it plans to close Guantanamo Bay before Joe Biden leaves office. Well, here in Tennessee, we're getting ready for what could be a big snow event. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro tells us light snow could start falling by Friday morning.
It will be the middle of our afternoon when we're really at the peak of this snowfall. Some lighter snow to the north, heavier snowfall down to the south and southern middle Tennessee. That will continue into the early part of the evening and into the early night in some areas as well, then gradually get out of here as we head through our Saturday morning.
Yeah, so it's just Tuesday. So these predictions could change by Friday. We'll stay on top of it. There are fresh safety concerns over a proposed police training complex in Fairview, Williamson County. Plans for that complex include a gun range to be built near a nature preserve along Dice Lampley Road. The site is also close to some new subdivisions and schools. This resident spoke to Channel 4.
We're very concerned about that. It'd be like living near a military base. I'm hoping they shut it down completely.
Residents are most concerned about a 50-foot shooting training tower. A vote on the project scheduled for next week. Another stowaway incident. This time, 2 people have been found dead in the wheel well of a JetBlue plane traveling from New York City to Fort Lauderdale. JetBlue said the 2 haven't been identified, nor have they determined how those people got access to the aircraft before the flight. The FAA said stowaways don't realize how little room there is in a wheel well once the landing gear is retracted. Those who don't get crushed, they say, often end up losing consciousness for a lack of oxygen. Well, there's a new study that links high levels of fluoride in drinking water to lower IQ in children. But this study looked at fluoride levels in mostly underdeveloped areas of countries, and it focused on higher levels of fluoride than what's allowed in the U.S. Dr. Stephanie Widmer is a medical toxicologist.
The study in no way is saying that they found a cause between high levels of fluoride and low IQ levels in children. What the study has shown is that at certain levels, they have found a possible link between high levels of fluoride exposure and lower IQ levels in children.
And she said the study looked at children in rural parts of Iran, India, China, and Mexico, and there may be other environmental factors at play. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, so the Northwest Loop, it's I-65 southbound before I-40 west. That's exit 84A and B. There is a crash. The left lane is blocked off, and traffic is stop and go from Rosa Parks Boulevard up to exit 85. Also, a crash in Clover Hill. This is Stewart's Ferry Pike at Lauer Drive, West Nashville on East 40, eastbound, just before I-440. Exit 206. There's a crash in that area, and the right shoulder is blocked off there. And some caution about traffic in Williamson County, where there may be some black ice on the roadways. Police are saying that they are seeing some incidents. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I do wonder, Zuckerberg has come out now with video. It's like a 5-minute, 18-second video. And he's explaining this, I don't know if it's a rather sudden change, but with Facebook, basically they're doing away with the fact checkers. Now, I think there's a number of things going on here, and I'm going to get into it. But here's my question for people that have abandoned Facebook. Now, I'm still on Facebook. You can follow me at Dan Mandis Show. But to be honest with you, I pretty much gave up on posting any kind of political content on Facebook because it was clear that I just wasn't reaching anybody. I was being censored. I was being throttled, whatever. And so I just kind of gave up, and now I'll post, mainly family stuff on the Dan Mandis Show Facebook page. And so now the question is, because I'm seeing the reaction on the super text line, 615-737-9986, a lot of people are saying, do not trust Mark Zuckerberg. Here's what I would say, is that, yes, there has been a cultural shift in America over the last 4 years. We most certainly know that. I don't think that he's been red-pilled. I think that he understands that Facebook is dying. Facebook is dying, and they need to make a change. And one of the things, in my opinion, that really saved Twitter was Elon Musk buying Twitter and allowing it to be a bastion of free speech, which it is once he turned it into X. And so now Zuckerberg, I believe that he's trying to do the same thing. And in case you missed the news, Facebook has now come out and they're saying that they're going to eliminate their fact checkers and they're just going to have community notes instead. And I'm going to tell you that I actually, and I don't know about you, Joan, or KGB, but I actually appreciate community notes. Like if I'm looking at a video on X and it's a great video, but somewhere in the community notes, which I read, it'll say, this is a video not from the last couple of days. This is a video from 2 years ago. I actually appreciate that. And so I don't mind community notes. So this is what Mark Zuckerberg had to say. This is a video that I believe was just released.
There's been widespread debate about potential harms from online content. Governments and legacy media have pushed to censor more and more. A lot of this is clearly political, but there's also a lot of legitimately bad stuff out there. Drugs, terrorism, child exploitation. These are things that we take very seriously, and I want to make sure that we handle responsibly. So we built a lot of complex systems to moderate content. Mm-hmm. But the problem with complex systems is they make mistakes. Even if they accidentally censor just 1% of posts, that's millions of people. And we've reached a point where it's just too many mistakes and too much censorship.
Yeah, one of the things that he said is that you hire fact checkers and they have their own political biases. And so even if they really are trying to be on the straight and narrow, their politics is going to become involved in their fact-checking.
The recent elections also feel like a cultural tipping point towards once again prioritizing speech. So we're going to get back to our roots and focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our policies, and restoring free expression on our platforms. More specifically, here's what we're going to do. First, we're going to get rid of fact checkers and replace them with community notes, similar to X, starting in the US. After Trump first got elected in 2016, the legacy media wrote nonstop about how misinformation was a threat to democracy. We tried in good faith to address those concerns without becoming the arbiters of truth. But the fact checkers have just been too politically biased and have destroyed more trust than they've created, especially in the US. So over the next couple of months, we're going to phase in a more comprehensive community notes system. Second, we're going to simplify our content policies and get rid of a bunch of restrictions on topics like immigration and gender that are just out of touch with mainstream discourse.
Hey, here's the other thing
That's just wow, honestly.
And when he's talking about misinformation, of course, everybody now knows that the biggest arbiter, the biggest purveyor, I should say, of misinformation, spreader of misinformation, has been the mainstream news networks and political parties. Certainly the Democrats, the border is secure, right? But one of the biggest mentions of misinformation out there is over the last 4 years. Number one, the border secure. Number two, Joe Biden is sharp as a tack. So I'm interested to know if people will go back to Facebook. And so I'm asking folks to, because I know that every time I mention my Facebook page, people start yelling at me in all caps saying, why are you still on Facebook? So I'm curious as to whether or not people will go back to Facebook. Let me know on the super text line, 615-737-9986. Here's more from Mark Zuckerberg.
What started as a movement to be more inclusive has increasingly been used to shut down opinions and shut out people with different ideas, and it's gone too far.
Do you remember when, if you said that you were being censored or throttled on Facebook, you were considered a conspiracy theorist? Do you remember that?
Yes.
I remember Phil Valentine talking about that. And it was like people would say, oh, no, that's not going on. Now, here we are yet again. How many times is this going to happen where people have been called, conspiracy theorists or whatever, and we have turned out to be proven right? I mean, this is Mark Zuckerberg admitting what was going on Facebook after how long that we've been called every name in the book, including conspiracy theorist?
So I want to make sure that people can share their beliefs and experiences on our platforms. Third, we're changing how we enforce our policies to reduce the mistakes that account for the vast majority of censorship on our platforms. We used to have filters that scanned for any policy violation. Now, we're going to focus those filters on tackling illegal and high-severity violations. And for lower severity violations, we're going to rely on someone reporting an issue before we take action.
All right, so there's more, but I think you get the gist.
I think the biggest effect is not going to be on people who use Facebook. I think the biggest effect is going to be on mainstream media. They just got owned. They have been owned by this speech from Zuckerberg.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And part of what's going to happen, I think what we're going to see is that people are going to go back to Facebook because I think that people, especially people of a certain age, me, like Facebook. And I like how the whole thing works. I do like the dialogue, and I appreciate the dialogue. And so what are people saying, KGB? Will they be going back to Facebook?
A lot of people are not buying it. I see a lot of people saying no, or that Zuckerberg's not human and some sort of lizard person. So it's either one. So people don't trust him because he may be not human, allegedly.
Sure.
Or they just don't trust the censorships that what they've had happen. Because I see a couple of people still posting. Like someone was saying they reposted one of you, and they still got like no views,
there would be times where happening. I would post something. Now, let's be honest. I've got like 16,000 followers on Facebook or friends or whatever it is. And followers on Facebook, and I got 5,000 friends. And I would post, and a lot of them are by and large conservative. I would post something so incredibly just flame-throwing conservative that you would think would get everybody going. And I get nothing. And that's how I knew that I was being throttled. And so that's when I just said, oh, heck with it. I'm just going to go ahead and post family photos and that kind of a thing, which is all fine, well, and good. But I do miss the good old days where you could post something on Facebook and it would be political and you would get people to respond and react. And so I get that people don't trust Lizard Man Zuckerberg. I totally get that. So let's do it. Let's do this. Let's do this, Joan.
Go ahead.
This is so self-serving. So follow me on Facebook at Dan Manda Show, and I'm going to start posting once again some of my flame-throwing conservative stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And let's see if you can see it. Now, did he say when this is effective?
Effective immediately.
Okay.
And also, something that I reported earlier this morning, Dana White from UFC. You know Dana White. He's been hanging around President Trump for forever. They're good friends.
And Joe Rogan.
And Joe Rogan.
Yep.
And Dana White is now on the board at Meta, Facebook's parent company. So he's the eyes there to watch what's happening.
And let's also not forget that Lizard Man Zuckerberg is has donated, I think it's like $1 million.
$1 million to the inauguration. Yep. So I feel like we're turning a corner here.
Well, and again, don't believe that this is some sort of just, I've seen the light moment for Zuckerberg. Facebook has been losing with subscribers, followers, whatever. People have stopped using Facebook.
Yeah.
Because of all of the censorship. And so they're losing money. They're losing money. They're losing people using the platform. And so for them, this is actually something they need to do to survive. So here's what I'm going to do. Follow me on Facebook at Dan Manda Show. Right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to post something incredibly flame-throwing conservative. And I want you folks to let me know if you can see it. So follow me now. I'm friended out on Facebook, but you can follow my show page at Dan Manda Show. 17, actually. Why are you laughing, KGB?
Friended out.
I'm friended out.
That's a new word. I've never heard that phrase.
What does friended out mean?
It means I got 5,000 friends, so I don't have.
Is that the limit? Is there actually a limit to it?
Yeah, there's a limit to. How do you not? Well, you're young. So yeah,
I don't really go on Facebook anymore. Like I told you, I deleted after high school.
The young people don't.
All right, so on Facebook, you can only have 5,000 friends. But you can have unlimited followers on Facebook. So that's why I say follow me on Facebook. I'm running really late. 7:17, time to check the roads on WTN. Very good. 7:18, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. As far as your weather today, it's going to be a high of 34, a low of 24. Cloudy. The good news is no rain, no snow. I'm trying to get a handle, Joan, on the snow that is coming on Friday.
The Snowmageddon. I was just about to say Armageddon. Snowmageddon. Yes.
And it's supposed to come. Is it going to be in the morning during our show?
So Stefano DiPietro says at the moment that it'll start flurrying, maybe snow showers in the morning. The intensity is Friday midday afternoon.
So in other words, when I get home.
Right.
That's all I need.
You need to come to work on Friday is what I'm saying.
Listen, it's all good. I just wanted to make sure that I could get home.
Okay.
Because I'm a white knuckle driver when it comes to snow and that kind of a thing. So go to Kroger. Get your bread.
Oh, you know this is all going to change before Friday?
Yeah, probably. Which is too bad because I was looking forward to a snow weekend. I could send Riker down the hill on his sled and all that kind of stuff. So I'm actually looking forward to if we get a nice snow this weekend because I do like to have snowball fights. Oh, did you see what happened in Washington, D.C.?
But it happens every snow season in Washington, D.C.
Do they? You know what I'm going to say? They had a big, fun snowball fight right after Trump was confirmed. Once they confirmed the election.
Oh, yeah.
Certified the election. Yeah, they had a big friendly snowball fight because everybody was excited about Donald Trump being certified and Kamala Harris. As far as I can tell, nobody tried to peg Kamala Harris with a snowball.
Wouldn't that be fun, though?
So I'm going to say something. And I don't want the FBI to come to my door, but if it were me and I saw Kamala Harris, I'd actually get, how if there's people that you didn't like, you would not have a snowball, but you'd pack it with ice.
I don't want to have to dump this. Dan.
Now you did it.
I'm just saying.
Secret Service is at the door.
This show's canceled.
Listen, an ice ball for the ice queen, Kamala Harris. That's what I would have.
No, that's Hillary Clinton. No one can take that from
who's
her.
Who's apparently on Ozempic or something.
Hillary?
Did you see her?
No, I try not to.
I avoided her, too.
When she got her bogus Medal of Honor or whatever it was.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, she cut some poundage.
We should leave it to the chat. Who's the more ice queen, Kamala Harris or Hillary Clinton?
I like that.
Who do you got money on, Dan?
Who is, doggone it. You know what? I'm going to say Kamala.
Really?
My ice queen is Kamala Harris.
All right, let us know in the chat, Hillary or Kamala. I think it's Hillary.
Okay.
It's hard to dethrone that woman.
Hillary let 4 people die in the Benghazi. She has ice running through every single vein.
You know what?
And extra veins hooked up with ice in it just for backup.
All right, so I'm going to change my vote thanks to Joan. I say Hillary Clinton is the ice queen. You believe KGB, Hillary Clinton. Clearly, Joan is Hillary as well.
Yeah.
Can't argue with Joan on that one. All right, what is coming up, Joan?
Well, we'll talk about that snowstorm that's coming, and we'll get a little bit more from Stefano DiPietro about it. Also, McDonald's just 86th, an unpopular company policy. Those stories are coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Appreciate it. Dan Mandis here. My company for foundation repair and concrete leveling is United Structural Systems. Now, they fixed my foundation. They can help you with yours as well. Now, they're awesome, easy to work with, and above all, competent and reasonable. Many reasons why I like United Structural Systems. Now, if you notice doors and windows sticking, uneven floors, maybe gaps between the trim and your ceiling, these are all signs that you might have a possible foundation issue. And nobody does it better than USS, United Structural Systems. They've been serving Middle Tennesseans since 1994. They've helped thousands of satisfied homeowners with great work and communication. As a matter of fact, they've got over 30,000 satisfied customers at USS. Now, they're going to give you a free inspection and detailed estimate before you make a decision. Communication is always key to making sure that everybody is on the same page, and you don't pay a dime until the work is done and you are a satisfied customer. USS, United Structural Systems, they've helped me. I am a satisfied customer. They can help you as well. For all your foundation, concrete leveling, and waterproofing needs, United Structural Systems, 615-488-7855. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 488-7855. You can always find them online, USSTN.com. Hey, everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck. 728, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm just on my phone seeing if I've had an influx of followers on Facebook at Dan Mandis Show.
Any luck?
Not that I can see.
Aw,
Come on, man. I'm about to post a flame-throwing, rabidly conservative post on Facebook. Now that they're
Trump
no longer
2024.
Now that they're no longer going to be censoring conservatives, I want to see if my flame-throwingly conservative post on Facebook actually goes through, because I'm one of millions of conservatives that basically gave up on Facebook because they were throttling or censoring my posts. So now I put up, posts about my dog, which I'll continue to do, and my wonderful family as well. By the way, breaking news. Trump Force One has landed in Greenland.
What?
That's what Jack, is it Posobiec?
Posobiec.
Posobiec is tweeted that out now.
Oh, my
but
goodness.
I think I know who's on board.
It's JD.
It's the president's son, president-elect's son.
Oh, yeah, that's
Trump
right.
Jr.
That's right.
Yep. All right, got a lot of details. Actually, there's been some development on Greenland and Trump's interest in purchasing it. That story and a whole lot more coming up on WTN.
Good morning. It is now 7:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Big problem this morning on 65 southbound. That's the Northwest Loop. Just before I-40, an accident there is blocking off just now the right shoulder, but it's causing a big backup in that area. Careful as you're traveling around it. In the news, like it or not, looks like we've got a snow event coming on Friday. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro telling us the mid-state could see a couple of inches of snow before the weekend begins.
Details as we get a little bit closer to the day, but just know this will be a healthy and shovelable snowfall for us across Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky.
Like he said, it's kind of early to talk about it. It's only Tuesday, so we could likely see some changes to this forecast. But TDOT says if we do get any accumulation that Stefano is predicting there, they are ready for it.
When it comes to plowing roads, our priority is going to be interstates first and our heavily traveled state routes. Then our secondary state routes. We'll apply that brine, and it's going to be significantly more than what we did for this previous event, just because we're looking for probably more precipitation, more accumulation.
TDOT's Aaron Ziegler there speaking with Channel 4 about this approaching weather system. Keep it here on 99.7 WTN, and of course, we will keep you updated. McDonald's has announced it is not going to serve up a helping of DEI with its hamburgers anymore.
McDonald's is the latest company to announce an end to some of its diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. The fast food giant says it also intends to stop encouraging its suppliers to create diversity training-based programs and will also pause external surveys. It follows the Supreme Court's decision in 2023 that banned affirmative action in college admissions. Walmart, John Deere, Ford, and Lowe's are among other big corporations that move to roll back diversity programs. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Look at Jones, 732, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis with a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, a lot of people don't know. Do you? If you don't know, you need to ask your insurance company. Thousands of dollars could be on the line. Now, some insurance companies, they refuse to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof, and this means that the insurance company will depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. Older roof, they are going to pay you less. And again, that could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they do pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out. King & Associates Insurance, 615-329-8121, 615-329-8121. Get your royal review at tkinginsurance.com.
Still a mess this morning on the Northwest Loop, I-65, southbound side before I-40 West, exit 84 A and B. It's a crash. The right shoulder is blocked off, and a lot of folks are taking a look at what's happening on the road, so very slow in that area. Also, a crash reported 23rd Avenue North at Patterson Street, and another one in West Nashville, I-40 eastbound. Just before I-440 exit 206, it's a crash, and the right shoulder there is blocked off. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'm totally going to go sledding. It's been a long time
I'd pay to see it. I'd pay to see it.
Really? You'd pay to see me on a sled?
Yeah.
I'll totally do that.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe we'll post the clearly hysterical video of me sledding on my Facebook page.
She just wants you to fall and hurt yourself.
She does. She wants me to hit my head.
Okay, GB,
Okay, maybe not
don't
hit
be
your
silly.
head.
And then
But,
I'll have even more issues with my memory. Hey, by the way, I went ahead, speaking of Facebook, I went ahead and posted a conservative post on @Dan Mandis Show, and I'm curious as to whether or not you folks can see it. Now, Pamela pointed out, our friend Pamela Furr pointed out, I didn't know this. Did you, Joan? Elon Musk has now moved to reduce negative content on X as his engineers are developing an algorithm tweak. Apparently, what he wants people to do is be more positive and beautiful or informative to reduce the negativity on X. Is there a lot of negativity on X? See, I think there's a lot of factual stuff. It just so happens that the stuff coming out of the Biden administration is negative.
That seems to move in the opposite direction of what Facebook is doing right now, doesn't it?
Right. So,
Yeah.
But have you seen what the liberal pundits post on there? How they
On
want,
X?
yeah, they're the ones I feel like that are more negative because
Mm.
obviously they lost and they're sore losers. But I think it's more of just them crying or just saying Trump will never be my president or he's a beep 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 beep. They like to curse him out, even though they're all horrible people themselves. You know, it's just it's those people that are the negative ones.
Okay, because I follow mostly conservatives, because I'm in my conservative bubble, it would appear. Although I listen to a lot of Democrats so that I can make fun of them. Does that count?
Hey, I see your Facebook post.
Do you?
Yep.
All right. Keith Oberman, by the way, he's one of those that I believe needs to
worst human
be more positive. By the way, we did ask, who is the ice queen? Is it Kamala or is it Hillary Clinton? And I said Kamala at first, and then I got totally owned by Joan Jones, who said, what? And so I listened to Joan, and she's absolutely right. Hillary, at least to me, once Joan reminded me, of course, of Benghazi, Hillary is the ice queen, clearly. But what did people on the super text line say?
It was overwhelmingly Hillary or quote Killary for some.
Hillary. I
Hillary
love
was,
that.
but no, it's not. I don't think. I don't know, Joan, if you saw, but I didn't see one person say Kamala. Every single person said Hillary.
Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't even close.
Real quickly, yes, Donald Trump Jr. has landed in Greenland. And Donald Trump is, of course, everyone knows, talking about trying to get his hands on Greenland. I spoke yesterday about the fact that Greenland, they require a subsidy of $511 million from Denmark. And so there's some people in Denmark that are saying, please, Donald Trump Jr., take Greenland, please, off our hands because they're just dead weight. That's what some people in Denmark say. Now, Donald Trump Jr. going to Greenland, they say that it has nothing to do with this whole conversation about the United States taking on Greenland. Supposedly, this is some sort of a hunting trip or whatever it is. I don't believe.
I got a bridge to sell you too.
Is it in Greenland?
It's in Florida. It's nice land.
I don't know. I see why Trump wants Greenland. Part of that conversation, and we talked about this yesterday, so I'm going to move on quickly. But I think that Russia and China have been watching and showing interest in the region as well. They do have a lot of resources. There are reasons why we would want Greenland as far as, trade routes and sailing ships and boats and military ships and all that kind of stuff between the West and, what's it between? Somebody help me. Joan, you got a map in front of you?
Go ahead.
Asia,
yeah.
Yeah, between Asia and the West. So I think there's a lot of good reasons why we could use Greenland. By the way, I did ask openly, do we really want Canada? And because aside from Rush and Bryan Adams, I don't really see the appeal. However, Canada does have resources. They do have oil as well. But I just think that we've got a lot on our plate to deal with here in America. But people did have some good reasons why they would like to see us take on Canada as a state as well. Pretty big state. But anyway, so I don't know. We're not going to get Canada. I'm just telling you, and I don't think I want Canada. Greenland, I think there's a possibility. I think there's an absolute possibility that Trump could get Greenland. People are saying, there's absolutely no way we can get Greenland. Here's the thing, is that way back when, from what I understand, when we got our hands on Alaska, people said that would never happen. Here's the other thing, is that people said Donald Trump, there's no way he would ever be president again. And here we are. So at least to me, I don't put anything past Donald Trump. I don't think that there's anything, quite frankly, that this man can't do because of what he's already accomplished. So we'll continue to be on Greenland watch as the morning continues and the day continues here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Okay, I want to do this story about Sunny Hostin. Now, we mentioned this briefly earlier, but I got to ask the question, why aren't there more people calling out The View and specifically Sunny Hostin for her anti-Semitic comments? This is what she said about January 6th of 2021.
I think we need to find moral clarity, in this country. And I just remember after January 6th, you had someone like Mitch McConnell placing the blame on January 6th where it belonged, squarely on Donald Trump's shoulders. Mm-hmm. And then you started seeing people backtrack that and losing their moral center. You had Condoleezza Rice, I believe, on this very show saying, we need to move on from January 6th. I say no. You don't move on because January 6th was an atrocity. It was one of the worst moments in American history. And
one of the worst moments in American history. She called it an atrocity.
When you think about the worst moments in American history, like World War II, things that happened, like the Holocaust, chattel slavery, we need to never forget because past becomes prologue if you forget any race.
So January 6th, she is saying, is just as bad as World War II and Pearl Harbor. Maybe America dropping the bombs on Japan, thousands killed. We had over 400,000 Americans alone killed in World War II. So I don't know where she's going with this. And clearly, she mentioned the Holocaust. 6 million Jews.
And people were clapping. They're mindless.
Oh, anybody who goes to see The View, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a great point, Joan. These people are mindless.
They have the sign that says applause. I guarantee anytime someone's talking, they're like, okay, we should point the sign. Now, pointing to the sign, applause, please clap now.
Lemmings, clap now.
Yeah, they're all sheep.
Chattel slavery, meaning people bought and sold. And so, to me, it's an anti-Semitic comment, but it's an ignorant comment. And these women get paid for these kind of comments. And people are asking on X, why exactly is it that this show is still on the air? I also want to take note of the last thing that she said.
Past becomes prologue if you forget any race.
if you forget any race, can I ask, what did January 6th have to do with any race? Like, maybe I'm missing something. I don't.
Past becomes prologue if you forget any race.
I'm not sure how or why she brings race into this, because on January 6th, there were folks of all backgrounds there, including, of course, Ashley Babbitt, a white woman who was gunned down by a black Capitol police officer. We mentioned that earlier. There was another woman that was killed as well.
Roseanne Boyland.
So I don't know where she's going. And it's almost like, you know what Sunny Hostin's, it's like her default mechanism is to bring up race. That's all she knows how to do is bring up race. And everything has to come back to race because she is just like Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson and just about every other Democrat out there. They're all just a bunch of race baiters.
Past becomes prologue if you forget any race.
Again, stunning. They're still on the air. And again, to me, I stand by my comment that when you are sanitizing the Holocaust and you're saying that January 6th was as bad as the Holocaust or akin to the Holocaust, that is insanity. And it's anti-Semitic. And so my question is, okay, so we know the left absolutely loves cancel culture. So why is it that no one is calling the advertisers on The View? Why is it nobody's calling, is that ABC? ABC. I think The View is on.
They are.
Why is nobody calling the people at ABC and demanding that they be taken off the air? Well, simply put, because as conservatives, she has her right to free speech, and that is something that all conservatives and all Republicans actually agree on. 7:46, time to check the roads on WTN. Very good. Weather today, a high of 34, low around 24. Right now it's 26 degrees. No rain and no snow. We are going to get our fill of snow on Friday. So we're going to keep our eyes on the sky and dust off our sleds and get ready for a fun weekend of snow. That complete forecast is coming up at the top of the hour right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, Scott Jennings, of course, on CNN, he had a few things to say about all of this regarding the Democrats trying to make January 6th. In my opinion, they're trying to make more of what January 6th really is. They're trying to make this yesterday more about what happened 4 years ago. And it is my contention that Donald Trump won, not because of anything other than what happened after January 6th of 2021, because literally our country completely changed thanks to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
To me, the big message is that in the United States, the people decide. And because of the disastrous 4 years that came after Donald Trump, the people decided to return Donald Trump to power. And that's fundamentally what happened. They looked at what happened on January the 6th. They looked at all the things Democrats claimed about Donald Trump. And they also analyzed every single decision that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris made.
Right. Open borders, crazed spending, censorship, vaccine mandates, the FBI going after the American people, billions of dollars going to Ukraine, rampant inflation, high prices, Americans being killed by their illegal aliens, the Democrats using lawfare to keep Donald Trump off the ballot. All of these things were far more important to the American people than January 6th.
People tried to make sure didn't happen on January 6th, was allowing the people to decide.
The machinery turned. It was a terrible...
The lack of acknowledgement of how bad it was in the aftermath.
I mean, I think a great many people have acknowledged it, but also what happened that day. The machinery turned.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Biden became the president. He had one of the worst terms of any U.S. president, and then the people scrambled back to Donald Trump. That is the history of what happened.
Yeah, he's right. Obviously, the lone voice of reason on CNN. But when they say how serious January 6th was, or somehow there is this lack of acknowledgement of how bad this was, I don't believe that there has been a lack of acknowledgement on the Republican and conservative side about January 6th. I just think that the media and the Democrats way overplayed their hand on this one. So it wasn't a lack of acknowledgement on our part. If you're conservative, there was the over-acknowledgement, the obsession from the left and the media on January 6th because they lost on every single issue. And so they had no choice but to keep bringing that up. It is 7:50 on Nashville's Morning News. Coming up, since we're talking about Scott Jennings, coming up right before the news, the absolute money quote from Scott Jennings on all of this, and it is all straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones has the news at 8. Joan, what's coming up?
Yeah, what about that single big, beautiful bill? What one senator has to say about the chances that it will get passed. That's coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 7:51. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They are your Rude Pro partner, and they are my partner as well. I love these folks, and I've been working with them for literally over a decade. I am a Beehive member, as a matter of fact. Now, Busy Bee is always looking for ways to save you money. And here, very cold January, some red hot deals. Get a free air duct cleaning with the purchase of a new, complete, whole home AC. Or you can get a free air duct cleaning package upgrade. So you buy the middle package, you're automatically going to be upgraded to the deluxe. They're also offering you 15% off indoor air quality products. That's the thing with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're always looking for ways to save you money, whether it is their monthly specials or when you become a member of the Beehive Club. So save money and stay warm this January with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. Find them online, busybeehvac.com. Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck. 7:56. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so some people are saying that they could see my flame-throwing conservative post on Facebook, and other people are saying that they couldn't. So, and I don't even know how Facebook works anymore, to be perfectly honest. If you're just joining us, Facebook says that they're firing all the fact checkers, and they are allowing conservative content and free speech on Facebook. And so I've been throttled for years to the point where I've given up on Facebook. I saw that story. So I decided to, see if the fact checkers have been fired and if they have stopped with all of the censorship. So I posted a conservative story today, just about 20 minutes ago. Follow me at Dan Mandis Show and just tell me if you see my post.
If you're a follower and not a friend, when your Facebook page comes up, you have to click up top where it says posts. It'll say all or posts or something. So you have to click posts to see the most recent posts. And I think that may help people to filter through the stuff that's on your
And here's the
page.
deal. And I'm serious about this, which I'm always serious. But I mean, if you listen to the show and if you follow follow me on Facebook at Dan Mandis Show, I'll start posting, teases for what I'm going to talk about that day. I'll become far more interactive. It's just there really hasn't been much of a point lately. So if you see that at Dan Mandis Show, I made a post this morning. Maybe I'll just start posting more here in the next couple of days just to see if people are actually seeing it. And I'd love to know either like the post or comment on the post. I'd like it if you commented on the post just because it gives the host some
Be nice,
ego
people.
strokes. Well, of course they're going to be nice. If my audience would not be mean to me, would they?
I have evidence on the contrary.
Oh, I know you do.
Someone meanly calls you the Lex Luthor that John Cryer played in the Superman TV show.
Somebody called me Lex Luthor?
Yeah, you look like when he played Lex Luthor in the Superman TV show.
Oh, okay.
And he didn't, it was...
I'm assuming that's not a good thing. Okay.
I don't think so, at least.
Oh, whatever. You know what, KGB, you're always looking at everything negative. Never positive, always negative.
No, I'm looking at it realistically.
All right. I'll have to take a look at Lex Luthor and see how actually bad this is.
Just look up John Cryer's Lex Luthor, and you'll find it.
It's John Cryer.
I don't care.
Okay, good. This is Scott Jennings on CNN talking about January 6th.
On this Harris business, I think before we canonize St. Kamala here on the high holy day of January 6th, let's remember the Electoral Count Reform Act of 2022 makes it perfectly clear that the vice president has nothing but purely ministerial duties on this day. She didn't actually certify the results of the election. That's done by the voters and the people of the state.
It was clear as day 4 years ago as well, but because of the
that's the thing. I mean, nobody's trying to canonize her. The same thing was true.
Oh, they're not. I mean, she put out a video trying to canonize herself.
She was actually just saying it's unremarkable. That's true.
Like everything about Kamala Harris, unremarkable. By the way, there's another 15 seconds to this video that I just cannot wait to play for you. I'll do that after the top of the hour. News with Joan Jones is coming up right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 8 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. 29 degrees right now. We've got your full forecast and traffic still to come here. It is drier today, but it's also quite cold. Channel 4 Stefano DiPietro, however, has his eye on what's coming up at the end of this week.
Friday, of course, is the day that we are paying very close attention to. Potential significant snowstorm is headed to the mid-state. Accumulations of at least 2 inches across most of Middle Tennessee and southern Kentucky.
And now it is a little bit early to start panicking, but we will keep an eye on this storm for the rest of this week, and we'll bring you the latest developments. A single big, beautiful bill or not, congressional Republicans are working out how to deliver the Trump agenda quickly after Inauguration Day. Mainstream media contends that Republicans favor using reconciliation to bring about the big bill. Now, Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida told ABC that he is not worried about how it gets done.
Whether it's one bill, two bill, five bills, in a lot of respects is really inconsequential. It's really about the content and the agenda, and we're going to make sure that his agenda gets done.
Republicans could implement everything Trump wants without Democratic support using reconciliation. That procedure requires only a simple majority to pass spending bills in the House and in the Senate. They got him. Police have now arrested the man wanted for a shooting at a Walmart in Lebanon on Saturday night. He was arrested after somebody called police with a tip about where to find 27-year-old David Raleigh. Just before his arrest, police released body camera footage. Here's Channel 4's Dryden Quigley.
Body cam video from police captures the moments they ran into a Walmart in Lebanon after receiving a call for a shooting.
Get out right now.
In minutes, they were able to evacuate the store and alert neighbors to shelter in place.
Clear.
Now, surveillance video showed Raleigh and another man got into an altercation just outside the front doors of that store. That's when the shot was fired. Police are still trying to figure out if those men knew each other. And Facebook getting a revamp. NBC News reporting that CEO Mark Zuckerberg has announced a series of major changes. And the most notable is that fact checkers are going away. He made the announcement in a video posted this morning.
After Trump first got elected in 2016, the legacy media wrote nonstop about how misinformation was a threat to democracy. We tried in good faith to address those concerns without becoming the arbiters of truth. But the fact checkers have just been too politically biased and have destroyed more trust than they've created, especially in the US. So over the next couple of months, we're going to phase in a more comprehensive community notes system.
The community notes system makes it, he said, the elections feel like a cultural tipping point, prioritizing free speech. Well, stock futures this morning are up. We've got Dow futures up 124, NASDAQ futures gaining 18, S&P futures, they're up 14 points ahead of the opening bell. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, no major delays at this point. However, I am seeing some small delays on 24 around the Antioch area heading up toward Nashville, and some delays as well around the airport area. Otherwise, looking pretty good now. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into your Tuesday, January 7th, and just a fun show today. Mainly because Kamala Harris, I'm going to get back to that Scott Jennings audio in a second, but I do want to make sure that I get this in. Because Kamala Harris, just the absolute highlight of my day yesterday and this morning was listening to Kamala Harris having to certify the election that she lost.
This announcement of the state of the vote by the President of the Senate shall be deemed a sufficient declaration of the persons elected, President and Vice President of the United States, each for a term beginning on the 20th day of January 2025, and shall be entered together with the list of the votes on the journals of the House and the Senate.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
No. Thank you, actually. I would say to Kamala Harris, thank you for running such a terrible campaign. But it's fascinating as we talk about what happened yesterday. There's a lot of videos out there documenting what happened. This is by far my favorite audio of 2025 thus far.
The votes for President of the United States are as follows. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 312 votes.
And
Kamala D. Harris.
Republicans applauding. They have to gavel them.
How do you describe the look on her face right there?
Kamala D. Harris of the state of California has received 226 votes.
Wait. I mean, look, I'm not celebrating how awkward this was for, well, I guess I am. But it's just, here's the deal. You reap what you sow. We were talking way earlier in the broadcast about how there were some people, Joan, that felt a little empathy, a little sympathy for Kamala Harris in that moment. But you know what? Why did she lose? She lost because she lied to the American people. She lied about where Donald Trump stood on the issues. She lied about where she stands on the issues or stood on the issues. She lied about Joe Biden and his ability to serve our country. She lied about our borders being secure. And so she is just a complete lying train wreck. So I don't feel sorry for her at all.
My moment passed. It was like a stomachache. It goes away.
It was a very quick moment for Joan where she felt a little sympathy, a little empathy for Kamala Harris. But I don't know of anyone who is on the conservative side that would have a lasting moment of empathy for Kamala Harris. And it's funny, we were talking earlier, there's another video out. I posted it to the my X feed on @DanMandaShow, where there was a guy that actually refused to shake her hand. The husband of Senator Deborah Fisher refused to shake Kamala Harris's hand. This was on video. Wife shook the hand of Kamala Harris, and then he sort of nodded at her. The look on Kamala Harris's face is just awkwardly beautiful because how just she's sort of like, oh, okay. Now, apparently, somebody said that the husband of Deborah Fisher, this Republican, he had a cane in one hand and a Bible in the other. And so that's why he didn't shake her hand. Now, if that's the case, then why didn't she... And if you look at the look on her face on my X feed, you'll see that clearly she realized how awkward of a moment that was. Now, if the Vice President of the United States is coming to me and she is about ready, because I know the drill, I'm going to put my Bible either in the other hand or, hold it under my armpit or my elbow, whatever, and I'm going to shake her hand. To me, clearly, the husband of Deborah Fisher didn't even want to go to that amount of effort to shake the hand of Kamala Harris. So I think that also is one of my favorite moments from yesterday. Marjorie Taylor Greene, by the way, real quickly, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think she speaks for most conservatives, most Republicans at hearing Kamala Harris having to, as she is certifying Donald Trump, also clearly having to note that she lost. And not only did she lose, but Kamala Harris lost big time.
I have to tell you, I enjoyed that so much. I was sitting front and center inside the House chamber, so I was sitting pretty much directly in front of Kamala Harris. And yeah, it was quite satisfying watching her certify her own loss. Remember, this is a woman that never received a single vote in the Democrat primary. She literally stole the election right out from under Joe Biden and then went on to lose in glorious fashion because America said, we have had enough of the communist Democrats. So today was a great day. I tell you, it couldn't have been any better, but it was fantastic. It was a lot of fun.
I mean, listen, Republicans, conservatives, clearly, they had a lot of fun. But now it's time to get to work. But Scott Jennings, he was on CNN, and one of the things, and new listeners come in all the time, so at the risk of repeating myself, but one of the things that was clear is that you had the media and the Democrats, and they're trying really hard to make this about how, well, the Democrats and Kamala Harris and, you know, this is what a dignified transfer of power looks like. The Republicans couldn't handle this 4 years ago, but here we are with a peaceful transition of power. And here's the thing, is that they're trying to make it about that moment 4 years ago, January 6th, as opposed to the 4 years since then as to why they lost the election. And so for me, as Scott Jennings says, you know, you're trying to make Kamala Harris into some sort of a hero for basically just doing her job.
On this Harris business, I think before we canonize St. Kamala here on the high holy day of January 6th, let's remember the Electoral Count Reform Act of 2022 makes it perfectly clear that the vice president has nothing but purely ministerial duties on this day. She didn't actually certify the results of the election. That's done by the voters and the people of the state.
It was clear as day 4 years ago as well, but because of the
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, nobody's trying to canonize her. The same thing was true.
Oh, they're not. I mean, she put out a video trying to canonize herself.
She was actually just saying it's unremarkable. That's true.
That's the opposite of canonizing.
I want to actually congratulate the Democrats today. This is the first election since 1988.
He's doing this again.
This is the first election since 1988 that a Republican won, and Democrats did not try to overturn the results on the floor of the Congress. So congratulations, Democrats.
I'm only interrupting you because we've heard this before.
We've played this. Well, you've heard the truth before, but I thought it was worth repeating.
So I love how clearly, I guess, he's done this, and you can hear the groans from the people at the table. But how many times do the Democrats and have the Democrats said and the media said the same thing over and over again about Donald Trump? Calling him Hitler, calling us Nazis, bringing up January 6th. So in other words, Scott Jennings is only doing what they do, and that is point something out ad nauseum. Now, in this case, Scott Jennings is right. I mean, we played the audio. We're talking about this with E.J. Host yesterday, where E.J., she had posted, you can find her, E.J. Under the Radar on X, and she posted that video. It's a long one, a long montage of Democrats who have protested elections for years and years. I mean, I've played that montage ad nauseum, and it's great to see, in the sense that it just points out the hypocrisy of the Democrats and, frankly, the media as well. They called Donald Trump an illegitimate president all the time. So, yeah, I applaud Scott Jennings on CNN pointing out the hypocrisy of CNN and all of these other folks over and over again. It is 8:16. Time to check the roads on WTN. 8:16 as far as your weather goes. Today, a high of 34, low of 24. Right now, 26 degrees, cloudy today. No rain and no snow, just really, really cold. And if you like that snow, then you're going to like the forecast coming up on Friday and over the weekend. Details straight ahead here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We've been having some fun with this audio from Bill Maher. Do you folks think that John Cryer knows how bad he looks in this audio? This is, I guess this interview, it's Bill Maher, John Cryer, and John Cryer played Ducky in the movie, somebody help me. What was the movie? We just
16 candles.
16 candles.
Oh my God, 12 candles.
I wasn't alive.
It's Pretty in Pink.
Pretty in Pink. Thank you. So, did you think, Joan, that, and I'm going to play an audio bite here. Do you think that John Cryer realized how ignorant he looked in this interview with Bill Maher?
No. I think he thinks he's being the champion. I think that's who
the champion of progressive ideology.
Correct. Yes.
All right. So this is Bill. He clearly embarrassed John Cryer. This is Bill Maher and John Cryer talking about women's rights and how women's rights are being restricted in some parts of the world.
They also did a great piece some years ago about a woman in London who was in the Muslim neighborhoods, and they're screaming at her because she's wearing a skirt and stuff like that. And the point of it was, there are places in Western civilizations that are like run not by Western standards.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't mean they're just different.
Well, yeah, but I mean, there are cultural enclaves everywhere.
Right, but we should agree that women should be able to wear what they want.
Yes.
If you don't agree with that, then you're not a liberal to begin with.
Well,
women,
yes.
Call me a crazy liberal, but I think women should have freedom.
I agree as well.
Okay.
I agree as well.
But they don't in these neighborhoods. It was the 60 Minutes piece that they did.
One could argue that that women don't have the freedom to dress where they are dress how they want to dress in many places. They used to get catcalled all the time. They used to, there was...
Used to.
So he is comparing Muslim communities where women are not allowed to dress the way that they want. And by the way, don't get me started on the rape gangs and all that kind of stuff that happen in these Muslim communities. But he's also, John Cryer is also comparing it to women simply being catcalled. I mean, and I'm not dismissing women being catcalled, but it's hardly the same thing. Come on. But this is John Cryer, and he is being interviewed by Bill Maher. And really what this does, and I've got a couple more audio bites. The best one we have not played yet, and it's the one where they start talking about Republicans and how we're racist. And Bill Maher absolutely dunks on John Cryer. You've got to stay close for this. It is 8:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm going to tell you about my friends at Brentwood Jewelry, a great local company that has been giving back for over 50 years. The Imam Ali family is full of heroes. They own Brentwood Jewelry, and the family patriarch, Salem, actually served in special forces, and his sons serve as local firefighters. So this is a great American family. I can tell you, walking into Brentwood Jewelry, they've got American flags everywhere. Now, part of that giving back that they like to do is giving you great deals on all things jewelry. From watches to earrings, necklaces, and definitely engagement rings, Brentwood Jewelry is going to help you find the perfect ring within your budget. And if you can't find what you want, they'll custom design a ring just for you and your loved one. Now, as far as those incredible watches go, those Rolex watches are amazing as well. Pre-owned or new, Brentwood Jewelry is Nashville's premier timepiece dealer. Brentwood Jewelry is the official jewelry store of my house, and you should check them out today. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. BrentwoodJewelry.com. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986. Coming up at 8:30, Joan Jones has the news. And Joan, what do we have stuff coming up in just about 9 minutes.
Well, Metro Nashville police have arrested a man for swastikas and harassing voicemails. Also, better warn your teens about this really sick TikTok trend. That's coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
827, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, Chris Hand is in the house. I don't know. Can you guys feel that? Joan and KGB?
Feel that?
What am I feeling?
The cool factor just went up in the building. Chris Hand has arrived.
Happens every morning about this time.
By the way, John Cryer, also in 2.5 Men. I never watched 2.5 Men. I'm sorry.
It's a good show. I will say it. It's a decent show, but he is known as the wuss of the group, so maybe that's fitting.
It is, based on this audio. So we're playing audio from Bill Maher, who had an interview with John Cryer. I don't know what you call the podcast, but this is Maher talking to John Cryer, and he has Hollywood types on, and they talk about stuff. And part of what is going on for Hollywood is there's a bit of a reckoning going on. KGB, need some audio if I could.
I remember one older woman who was very anti-immigration, and I remember she drove me batty. But I feel like I zinged her a couple of times. I was like, "You're an old lady." I think that was the height of my repartee.
Yeah, but who looks stupid now?
Yes,
exactly. I mean, no, I mean, I think the whole country, even unless you're like stupid woke, I hope you're not, but it is Hollywood.
Somewhat stupidly woke.
Okay.
Well, you know what? At least he admits it. But the funny thing is, you've got Bill Maher, and he said, well, look who looks stupid now. And he's laughing because he's thinking it's the old lady who looks stupid, when in reality, it's actually Cryer who looks dumb. And he doesn't even realize the joke's on him.
The whole country was like, I mean, I think the biggest issue for the election, one of the biggest ones, was Democrats pointlessly, totally just punted on immigration and let anybody who wanted to walk in for 3.5 years did.
Yeah, obviously, he's right. And Cryer, he doesn't really understand. Okay, it is 8:29, Nashville's Morning News. I'm going to play some of this audio with Chris, and we'll have fun with it during the crossover coming up here at about 8:35. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Got a lot more straight ahead. Jones with the news coming up right now.
Good morning, 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A man has been accused of spray painting a swastika on the glass front doors of the Nashville Public Library in Green Hills, and also leaving harassing voicemails for Green Hills Community Church last week. 49-year-old Charles McGuire was arrested last night by Metro Nashville police. They say he had been told to leave the library before spray painting the front doors. Police also say that McGuire had a history of harassing and threatening behavior toward that church. A Chinese-owned vessel has cut an undersea fiber optic cable near Taiwan, and it caused minimal disruption, though, of service. But it did send a message about the vulnerability of the island and its internet provider. The Wall Street Journal reports China is engaged in a long-running, multifaceted pressure campaign to influence the people and leadership of Taiwan, which is a self-ruled democracy on an island that's claimed by Beijing as its own. A new warning to anyone who uses dating apps as more people try to find love in the new year. ABC's Andrew Dimber tells us about this disturbing new trend.
Police say teenagers, inspired by a scheme on TikTok, are luring victims through dating apps to then frame them as sexual predators, all to mimic the TV show To Catch a Predator. The latest case in Massachusetts, where 5 students at Assumption University face kidnapping charges. Authorities say one of the teens used Tinder to lure a 22-year-old man to campus, then led him to a lounge where nearly 30 students ambushed him, accusing him of being a sexual predator. The group allegedly tried to stop him from leaving, chasing him to his car and assaulting him with a car door.
Moments after the opening bell, here we've got the Dow Jones Industrials up 178 points, NASDAQ rising 59, and the S&P 500 index is up 21 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Speaking of Joan, Dan Mandis here at 8:32. Big news from my friends at DT McCall's. Listen, their big gun safe sale is still going on. Gun safes are sales tax free right now at DT McCall's. They are the largest Liberty Safe dealer here in the state of Tennessee because of free delivery and setup. You know, other places, they're going to charge you $500 at least for delivery and setup in bigger models and $300 for smaller models. But DT McCall & Sons, they deliver every safe for free every time, period. And no setup charges either. Now, this is the company that you need to go through for not only gun safes, but you need appliances, you need furniture. DT McCall's is the place you want to go. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee. Always tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. If you would, Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com.
Still seeing some minor delays heading into Nashville using 24 westbound this morning. Otherwise, looking pretty good. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here, 8:33, and want to tell you about Loan Pronto. Stop getting high-interest debt, weigh you down, pay it all off in days thanks to Loan Pronto's new Rapid Equity Loan. Friends, this is for you if you are a homeowner. Imagine a completely hassle-free way to cash out your home's equity. No appraisals, no paperwork, and no waiting. Loan Pronto's all-new Rapid Equity Loan uses AI-driven technology to get you approved for cash out in as little as a day. Now, one client got $100,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiped out their debt, launched a home improvement project, and is now saving over $1,000 a month. Instant approvals, low fixed rates, fast transfers. You can get cash back to consolidate all your debt and get a fresh start for the new year. So call my friends at Loan Pronto right now and see how much you qualify for. Imagine this time next week you could be credit card debt free. So don't wait. You can get your cash fast with Loan Pronto. Call them 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. LoanPronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. On approved credit, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. $8:35, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. Time for the cross. Chris Handy's here. Good morning, Chris.
Hey, what's up? Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. KGB, Jeff Malinoff is here as well. Hello, Jeff.
Hello, sir.
And Joan Jones is here as well. Hello, Joan.
Hello there.
So Chris is a little disgruntled today.
I am.
He came in.
I don't often get disgruntled.
Well, you haven't been here long enough.
You're
true.
usually gruntled.
I'm usually gruntled.
Yeah.
Well, I saw Dan yesterday. You know, so Barrett News Media puts out these rankings every year of like, you know, the how people are doing in news talk.
Yeah.
Dan came in at number 3, and I was like, all right, good job. Congratulations, Dan. Well deserved.
Number 3.
He was at 1, but then I joined the show doing producing, and then it went down to 3.
Nosedived. And then Murphy gets number 5 for midday shows, which I feel like is flawed because he's now in afternoons. Get him out of that list.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
Moving on.
Last year, I had 6 months under my belt, and I got ranked number 19. I thought, wow, I'm flattered.
Yeah.
This year, I only moved up to 18. I'm ranked 18.
You only went up 1?
And I'm looking at the people in front of me, and I'm like, I don't even need to listen to these people. I know I'm better than them.
Wow. Okay.
You better call those people at Barrett Media and tell them.
I'm going into 2025 criminally underrated.
Here's a harsh handwritten letter is coming their way.
I'm going to stamp that.
Be sure and handwrite it in bold font.
No, I'm kidding.
Like use a Sharpie.
Quail pen.
To be fair,
fancy.
I'm absolutely joking.
I know you're joking.
Yeah,
I know
okay,
you're joking.
Okay. I just want to clarify.
But if it does make you feel any better, like the first year they did it, I was number 3. Last year, not that I pay attention to such things. But last year, I was, I think, number 18 or 19. And then this year, I bounced back to number 3.
I would ask them, if I was you, I'd be like, did number 2 or 1 win a Marconi? That's what I would ask.
Mic drop.
There is no way I would ever do that.
I would draw. I might add that as a PS in my email that I send them. By the way, I noticed number 2 and number 1 on the morning show rankings didn't win a Marconi.
So I will say the guy that's at number 1 is a guy that I've admired for years.
Okay. Did he win a Marconi?
I don't know. I would think that he has because he's really good.
Okay.
I don't know about the number. I don't even know who was in number 2.
See?
I feel kind of bad actually now. Whatever. Hey, moving on. Hey, do you know who John Cryer is?
No.
All right. So John Cryer.
I mean, I probably know him if
Two and a
if
Half
he
Men.
explained it.
He's one of the guys in 2.5 Men.
He was in Two and a Half Men.
The one that wasn't Charlie Sheen?
Yes.
Got it.
And he was also Ducky in Pretty in Pink. Okay.
He's on my side when it comes to that. They kept saying that
what's Pretty in Pink?
I had no idea. And then someone in the chat said 2.5 Men. I'm like, oh, okay, I know who that is.
All right, fine. So whatever.
What was Pretty in Pink? Don't bury the lead.
Molly Ringwald was in Pretty in Pink.
Oh, it's one of those Breakfast Club Rat Pack things.
Yeah, she was madly in love with Jake. Was that Joan? Was that Pretty in Pink or was that 16 Candles when she was in love with Jake?
I remember 16 Candles.
16 Candles, I
Because
think.
Netflix had just come out, and we got that DVD mailed to us, and I was about, like 11 years old, and I remember that scene in the shower, and I was like, this is PG?
Scene in the shower?
You said 11 years old in DVD.
Where the chick, you see boobs. It's a PG movie, and you see boobs. And I remember being floored, and my mother was right next to me. She's like, oh my gosh. And she like ran to the TV and like, tried to block it.
Oh my goodness gracious. Okay.
She's in therapy ever since. I slept my 11-year-old son see boobs.
I remember 16 Candles.
That's funny.
If we were on a podcast, we could do bet I can't even can I do this? I'm not even going to be in the Barrett top 10 after I do this. Best movies where when you were younger you got that first shot of breasts.
Yep. Oh, I remember it.
Do you?
I sure do. So I like this movie.
So, yeah, but
Fast Times at Ridgemont High was for me.
Oh my gosh.
What about you, Joan?
Yeah, so the whole breast thing does not really,
But do you remember?
It had to be that 16 Candles. If
It
that's
wouldn't
what
have.
because
It wouldn't have had the impact on Joan. Like it clearly had an impact on Chris and I, because in Fast Times at Ridgemont High, I think that was 85, 86.
Yeah,
I think. And to be honest, I don't know if I had. Anyway.
Hey, listen, for my kids, it was watching the Super Bowl and having the malfunction.
Oh, Janet Jackson.
Yeah.
Jackson.
My boys. I remember running in front of the TV like, oh my goodness, what just happened?
Really? Because I rewound.
Mine was Dukes of Hazzard, the 2000s remake of Dukes of Hazzard. Because my brothers brought the DVD, the unrated version. Remember, they had unrated versions back in the day. So I was like, oh, cool, I've seen this. But I'm going to watch it with my brothers. And then they go into, I think, University of Georgia dorm rooms. And, yeah.
All right.
I didn't know they had an unrated version of that.
Yeah, they do.
I didn't know they had a rated any version of that. They did a remake
Chris would like to borrow that tomorrow.
It was with, God, what's his name? Johnny Knoxville and who's the other guy?
I was just looking at the text line. It said maybe if Chris Hand didn't spend the first half of the year pissing off all DeSantis supporters, his show might be slightly more successful.
How dare you?
I love it. I'll spend the first half of this year too, if you dare me.
Man, that was a heel turn right there.
So John Cryer, real quick, he and Bill Maher, they're talking, and Bill Maher, as you know, is a progressive, and John Cryer is a just dummy progressive.
Okay.
And so they're talking about a number of different things, and Cryer, he comes out looking really stupidly woke on this, to the point where he's just irrationally dumb. And so he went viral for the wrong things, because people are pointing out how absolutely just categorically ignorant he sounds, including this moment.
The whole country was like, I mean, I think the biggest issue for the election, one of the biggest ones, was Democrats pointlessly, totally just punted on immigration and let anybody who wanted to walk in for 3.5 years did. And, you know.
Well, I think they would probably disagree. The people walking in probably felt like it was a little harder.
No, actually, there's a great 60 Minutes piece on it where the border, I mean, you don't get 8 million people here by making it difficult. But you see they're walking through, and the border guys are just watching them do it. They're just watching them walk past. You never saw that?
I did not see that.
See, that doesn't get in the liberal media. That's the problem, is the bubbles we live in.
Facts.
I love that Bill Maher called him out.
Yep.
Because people like John Cryer, I mean, let's just be honest. I mean, they are purposefully ignorant.
I also like the humility Maher had. He said, that's the bubbles we're in.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, because he's talking about his own party. I have not heard this one yet. KGB pulled this for me. You want to set this up?
Okay, so is this the last one I just sent you?
Yeah.
So they were talking about how Kamala lost, and his excuse is basically anyone in their, like, the classic bubble excuse. You'll play it. I can't do it justice.
The super woke. That's like, I'm not woke enough for them. Yeah, but like, I think I had it right. Like, that kind of stuff is what lost the election for the Democrats. It's in all.
Maybe part of it. I don't know. I think a lot.
They have polling on it.
I think it's inflation. I think Americans hate inflation.
That certainly was
They hate
part of it.
inflation. They hate riots, and they hate black women.
They don't.
And they hate trans people.
Oh God, John, we're not
Dude,
gonna.
they just spent hundreds of millions
They
of dollars
don't hate
demonizing
black
trans people, and that's disgusting.
Yeah,
That
we
is-
shouldn't talk politics.
Okay, we shouldn't.
I
We
mean,
shouldn't. Great. We don't have to.
Clearly, John Cryer is he's one of those.
He's in the echo chamber.
He's in the echo chamber, and it's really bad. And we're talking earlier, I don't know if it was on the air or off the air, but do you think John Cryer now knows how bad he came off in that interview?
No, he probably feels like he went full white knight and he defended the honor of trans people.
He's like, I owned it.
Yeah, 100%.
Is what you're saying.
And this is why
Yep.
Maher is respected on both sides of the aisle still, because he calls balls and strikes probably better than anyone right now, and just with mainstream media right now. He's really good at that. And, he's a classic liberal. We'll disagree on a lot of stuff, but he's intelligent enough to know when he's right or wrong.
I think the point that you should underline there is classic liberal. That is far different than these radical left progressives that we have now.
All right, you have sent me a couple of audio bites.
I sent you some songs. I
You
bring
sent me some
music.
songs.
All right, so you want me to set these up? All right. I want to know which song is better. The first is an anti-Trump video created by former CIA analyst Molly Berkeley Fletcher.
All right.
And this has been going viral everywhere.
Was this tweeted out by Charlie Kirk?
Yes, this woman was at the CIA for 19 years.
Okay.
And there's a music video that goes with this.
So far, I like the music
See
video.
you driving round town in your motorcade, and I'm like, fork you. You think democracy is just a game to play, and I'm like, fork you and your whole dumb crew. If there were any justice, you'd not be amongst us. You'd be in jail. And though there's pain in my chest, I won't give it a rest till we can forget you. Not talking trash if I call you fascist. And unlike you know what that means. You went to the dumpster to give you a cabinet. Also with spineless clowns and freaks. I pity the fools who still support you after you tried to do a fork and coup.
I mean, that's about as far as I made it.
All right.
She worked at the CIA.
She worked at the CIA. Is that a take on another song?
It's CeeLo Green's "F U."
Oh, okay, very good.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was "Forget You."
The left, the edited version was the left can't create anything. And even when they try their hardest and they get a ton of awards in this next song, it's awful. Did you hear about the movie that won all the Golden Globes?
No.
It's Emilia Perez.
Okay.
It's about it's a French Mexican musical, won 4 Golden Globes, and it's about a cartel member who decided that he would live his best life as a woman. So this won 4 Golden Globes.
Of course
on
it did.
Sunday.
Of course it did.
And one of the biggest hit songs was him. This song about his neo-vagina surgery.
Okay, let's listen, shall we?
From penis to vagina. Is it for you?
For me?
What would you like to know about it, madam?
I want to know it all. What is the protocol, the techniques and the risks? How many operations? How much time do you need?
Mammoplasty.
Yes.
Vaginoplasty.
Yes.
Rhinoplasty.
Yes.
Laryngoplasty.
Yes.
Mammoplasty.
Yes.
Vaginoplasty.
Yes.
Rhinoplasty.
Yes.
Laryngoplasty.
Yes.
Control laryngoplasty.
What is that?
Atoms are for reduction.
Yes, 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 yes.
This is why I don't watch a Golden Globe.
We just lost all our viewers. They're all gone.
So here's my question: Are we voting like which one was the worst? Because I'm having a hard time. I thought they both were kind of bad.
They're awful.
They're awful.
The left can't create anything worthwhile.
No, they can't. That was pretty bad.
I lost the will to live a little bit.
The production qualities were far better than the CIA analyst song.
I'm sure, but just I got to take a walk or something, man. I got to just evaluate my life choices.
I'm gonna on the way home. I'm gonna listen to some Ozzy, just as a palate cleanser. You know what I mean? Because that was really bad.
No, Toby Keith, Angry American. That's what you got to play on the way home.
There you go.
There you go. Very good. Hey, did you hear the big news about Facebook?
Yeah.
Chris doesn't care because he's too cool for Facebook.
I just don't believe it. I'm not impressed. They're losing all their customers, and now they have to pull a 180.
Yeah, but they may be losing their customers there, but they haven't lost them at Instagram, right? So, and they are making the same changes at Instagram. So I think it's like Meta's not just Facebook; it's a bigger company.
Yeah, I don't buy the face change.
Face change.
Face change.
The face change.
Just for the record,
The about face.
we've gotten some posts of saying the show went from number 3 to number like 106. It's just for those 2 songs alone.
Just that
last couple of seconds.
Very nice.
Jason said I'm going back to number 19 too.
No more Marconis for me. Thanks, Chris. Well, so I did a test because I've been on Facebook terribly throttled. I mean, anytime that I would post anything political. So I went ahead and posted something very political on my Dan Mandis Show Facebook page. I asked people to follow me and to tell me if they saw it. And so a lot of people have said that, yes, they did see it. So I'm inviting people, if you want to, if I'm not being throttled, I will absolutely go back to Facebook and stop posting videos about my dog. But I actually my dog's okay. I love my family, so I'll continue to post about my family too.
The dog's okay.
Dog's okay. The jury's still out on the dogs. I get mad at him every time there's a storm comes and he pees on the carpet.
Yep. I can imagine.
Which is why I love Zero Res. All right, very quickly.
Oh, boy.
Did we decide how we're going to do the trivia? You want to do it with a listener as well?
We can get one. We can, the first person to call in with the question for the last question.
Let's get a listener. We're going to wrap up the show with trivia coming up. We had a lot of fun with it yesterday. KGB used to be a trivia DJ. So phone lines are open. We need one person to call, and we're going to participate in trivia because yesterday was so much fun. So we'll do that coming up, 615-737-9400. 9986 615 737 WWTN. Dan Mendes here. Guys, if you're feeling tired, motivation just isn't there, maybe some weight gain and muscle loss, these could all be signs of low testosterone. And it is time you find out for sure with my friends at Low T Center. Now, they make it easy to get your levels checked. It is just a simple test, and with their on-site lab, you'll get your results back immediately. Now, this isn't your typical doctor's office. No, they simply specialize in treating low T with testosterone replacement therapy, or TRT, for each individual patient. Now, they've been helping patients for over a decade, and their treatment plans are optimized for each patient, personalized just for you. There's nothing standard about Low T Center. Everything is customized for you. And by the way, for current patients, Low T Center offers you a $150 referral credit for each new patient that you refer. And at Low T Center, you can also get your health evaluated for treatment with prescription GLP-1 weight loss medications. So get back to your best. Go to lowtcenter.com to book your appointment today. That's lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's health care. $8:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Okay, it's trivia time. as we wrap up the program. We're just trying to see how this works. This is like an experiment that we're trying. KGB used to be a trivia DJ. So we decided that we would end each and every version of Nashville's Morning News with a little trivia. And today, we're going to include listeners. And so they get to go first. And we have two people on the phone, Dan and Steve.
No, it's just one. We're twin brothers. We live together.
You're twin brothers and you live together. Okay, well, very good. Thank you. So are you Dan or Steve?
I'm Dan.
All right, Dan. So go ahead, KGB. Right. What's the category?
So, Dan, we're going to give you an alcohol question, all right? Can you hear me?
Oh, he's listening.
He's listening on the radio.
Yeah.
I'm listening. Oh,
Dan, can you hear me?
Jeff was going to ask me a question.
Yeah, go.
Can you hear me?
Roll down. Turn down your radio. This is going well.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Dan?
All right, go ahead.
Okay. All right. Alcohol question.
Am I supposed to ask the question or Jeff has
Okay,
to?
I don't think he can hear me for some reason.
So, Dan, Jeff is going to ask you a question, and then you got to see if you know the answer.
I legit don't think he can hear me though. Like my
really?
mic is not. I don't know why. But
okay.
So let me. All
right. You know what? Let's get Dan's phone number. Forget that. We'll do him tomorrow. Let's just continue on and ask me, Chris, and Joan questions.
Okay. Yeah. We'll
Dan,
fix
sorry
that.
about that. We blame KGB.
Yeah, that's the board. Yeah.
Perfect.
All right. Cool. All right. So I'll give it to Dan first.
He's going to give me a hard question because of what I just did.
I'll give you a history question because you're old.
I hate history. No, you got to give me. You got to give me.
You're getting history and you're gonna like it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I have. This is my segment now.
This will be the last trivia segment we ever do. Go ahead.
In 1814, Napoleon was exiled to what island only to escape and land and lead armies again?
Fiji.
No. Does anyone else want to steal?
Joan knows because she said,
Joan, do you know?
This is the Italian island of Elba?
Correct. Correct.
Yay.
Very good.
Did you know, Chris?
Thank God she knew because I did not know how to pronounce that.
So, all right. So the three guys didn't know, but Joan did. We got to go quick.
All right,
Chris,
Chris, I got you. All right, let's do this. Advertising. What food brand has used the slogan, when it rains, it pours, for 110 years? No, not you, Dan. Sorry.
I think I know.
No idea.
What food brand has used the slogan, when it rains, it pours, for 110 years?
Joan, do you know?
Yes, I think.
I do. Salt.
Morton Salt?
Morton
Correct.
Salt.
Yes.
No, Joan got it, not you.
See,
You see what's going on.
You asked for the brand name, did you not?
I'm a little, yes.
Yeah,
No,
okay.
yeah, she has got the brand name. I
Makes
said,
sense.
what
We got the little guy with the umbrella on
That's
the box.
exactly right.
Yeah.
We need to make a list
Dan,
of winners.
Dan, I'll give you one more.
No, I don't want any more. This is the last
It
segment
was
of
a
trivia.
Shrek. It was a Shrek question. Do you know Shrek?
I actually do know Shrek.
Yeah.
We're out of time.
Joe on the text line said, bring back the vagina song. It was better than the trivia.
All right, Chris Hand is up next on WTN.